TV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
Iriakwa Akinuto Enue Aki Enue Obala Tope Osanore Umatogemo Akmoye ni awode wae Ewae nori oba Osanore oba Umatogemo Akmoye ni awode wae Ewae no bia fave o Wapa nije Wapa nije Wapa nije Oba tope Tanuki were Baba nuki were Abuki sivyoke o Abuki sivyoke ko Amira na yoki Ebi na ya yoku wasa ya yewe Eke no kuriere to hukumaka Aba jano Bahumayo, bahumayo, bahumayo
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They
smart.
can't sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
It's Law and You, the program that brings legal issues to the people and the people to the law. Today, we shine the spotlight on accountability in governance, a cornerstone of democracy that ensures those entrusted with power do not abuse it or abandon their duties. But what happens when public officials fail to perform? Are citizens helpless observers, or does the law empower them to demand change and seek redress? From petitions and, of course, public interest litigations to recall processes and legal sanctions, this edition explores the legal remedies available to citizens when elected or appointed officials fail in their duties. We will be speaking with legal minds and, of course, rights advocates on what the Constitution says and what the court can do and what you, as a citizen, must know. And don't forget, you stay with us on Law and You as it unfolds the power of the law in the hands of the people. My name is Philip Omawo-Gyukpo. We'll be looking at accountability in governance and, of course, legal remedies, that the citizens can explore. We will also have the opportunity to have the presence of a custodian of the law in the person of Emmanuel Obakpolo. Big thanks for always having time to be part of the show.
Good afternoon, Philip. Good afternoon, Nigerians.
All right, let's quickly set the ball rolling. A lot that needs to be done as regards getting it right. We have a system that needs to, work effectively. But first of all, what is accountability in governance? And how does it apply to the citizens demanding this? What importance does it have for citizens to demand this from the government of the day?
Yeah, accountability, as pronounced, is to give records. So accountability in governance is the presentation of records on government's administration to the people and how those records have been properly handled by those in government. That is just accountability. So accountability is to ensure that the people understand and have knowledge on how governance is being carried out on their behalf by those in government.
Okay, but what is the importance? Why should they do that?
Yeah. If you look at governments, from the definition of democracy, it's a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. That's what democracy is. And now government is a machinery of governance. So those who are in government, they are managing the wealth of the nation on behalf of the people. And as such, they must give account of how those resources that are made available by the people on the people, so that the people will now understand and have knowledge properly on how governance is carried out. And this government, the governance must be on the benefit of the people. That is all. That is the singular reason why there must be accountability in governance. You don't go into administrative spree or financial spree on how to just spend public funds without being accountable to it.
Okay, do you see a disconnect in between, as in the aspect of the government functionaries, backing on the accountability project to make sure that they give account to the people and render their still worship, and again the aspect of the people, those who are being governed, demanding this? Do you see a disconnect?
Yes, I say a disconnect because if you look at the provisions of the Constitution, the extant constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which upholds and observe and also demand practice of the separation of power, which is spelled out of and enshrined in section 4, 5, and 6. It's all about accountability. And also, if you look at section 85, subsection 1 of the extant constitution, we provide for the office of the Auditor General of the Federation. The essence for the office of the Auditor General of the Federation is to provide for accountability, because he is the one who will audit government accounts, he audit government expenditure, and now know how money or monies that belong public fund has been used, administered, or utilized for the benefit of the people. So there is now a disconnection. Why do I say so? Because even the legislative arm, who ought to carry out oversight function in ensuring that the executive, which is vested with the power to perform executive function, and also the runnings of government on behalf of the people, are doing that as spelled out by the law. Unfortunately, we have a legislature, particularly in this Fourth Republic, that is so lackadaisical and a rubber stamp. So wherein instead of them to carry out their function, they are busy carrying out the lullaby of on your mandate we shall stand. That is not the reason why they are elected. That is not why a legislative function. The legislative function is to ensure that accounts and accountability as rendered by the executive are done on behalf of the people, even to them, properly, so that the people can now be beneficiaries of government expenditures and the runnings of government.
Okay, when you say the legislative arm seems to be failing in that, let's draw a dichotomy, because I understand separations of power, by Montesquieu has brought a situation where the legislative arm, make laws, and of course why the executive implement these laws, and then the judiciary, interpret and settle disputes, between all of this. Are you saying generally that the legislative arm under the system we operate in Nigeria is faulty to a point where any elected official seems to be tilting towards executive?
Yes, and I did say that with specific reference to the current legislative arm of government we have.
Did you say that, or do you say that as regards the officials or the system of practice?
It's not the system, because the constitution does spell out how
it's a constitutional provision.
And I also told you about section 85 subsection 1 of the extant constitution, which also provide for the office of the Auditor General.
So it's not a problem of the law?
It's not a problem of the law. The law is there. Is the performance of the law now. And the legislative arm also have what we call oversight function, to question how public funds are being used. But here we are. We have a legislative arm of government with specific reference to the National Assembly, who approves all manner of laws. And the same National Assembly does not take time to ask questions on how those laws are used for, the performance, how the executive arm of government, what they be able to administer those laws, and how it has been of benefit to the people of Nigeria. There's no question with reference to that. And that is why you see that it appears that there is no accountability to the people of Nigeria. And that is one of the weak point, pitfalls of this administration that we have just now.
Okay. But what do you see as a causative factor? Because everything seems to be placed on a vote. The ayes have it, or the nay.
With specific reference to public funds, it is more than the question of the aye or the nay have it. It is more than that. And that is why I repeat, I did say that the legislative arm has a duty of oversight function, because the people cannot gather like a Portuguese assembly to begin to ask questions on what their monies are used for. It is their representative both the Senate and the House of Representatives now at the federal level and the state houses of assembly at the state level and the legislative arm of government at the local government level, who carry out this functionality on behalf of the people. And here we are. Their performance is a near it's
abysmal.
It's a near zero, abysmal. That is the right word to use. And that is why you see today that even government after government, there is no form of accountability, and there is no how the people could ask questions. However, the Freedom of Information Act has provided another leeway for individuals or group of individuals to ask questions.
Thank you very much. Well, in case you're just coming across this program, it's Law and You, and we are all about accountability in governance and seeing what legal remedies are available for the citizens to, find a way to put a task on the public officials, demanding accountability, of course, stewardship on the public office. And I've been speaking with Emmanuel Ogbakpolo. Well, Emmanuel Ogbakpolo raised some very, very vital issue as regards, finding a lasting solution to this. It was on my mind. You made mention of the fact that the people are giving their powers to the Legislative Assembly, their representatives, for instance. And then you also did not fail to say that even when or if these representatives fail to carry out the functions stricto sensu as they demand or request, then they also have another avenue to, explore, which is the Freedom of Information Act. Now, how can they do that? Can you deploy how this mechanism works?
Yeah. Section 3 of the Freedom of Information Act does make provision for an applicant, is a citizen now, can make application to any government institution to ask questions or to get information from that institution with respect to the day-to-day runnings of government, even where it is strictly financial.
Exactly.
Now, but that act also provides for exemptions. The act provides for exemptions where a citizen may not have the right, or an applicant, stricto sensu, may not have the right to ask for information. And what are those? What is these exemptions? Exemptions are provided for in section 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 19 of the Freedom of Information Act. Section 12 specifically provides for defense, that you cannot come and make inquiry or get information with respect to defense. And I think that is commonsensical. That is understood. But where it has to do with accountability on how government is being run, with special reference or specific reference to public fund, that information must be made available to that citizen. And where the act again goes further to say where that is refused, that applicant or that citizen has a remedy. Well, section 25, he cannot make an application to court for court to grant order to get that information.
We'll get there, gradually we'll get there, but let's explore what you just said. You have a way of troubling my mind, and of course I don't know if you're also doing same ripples to the minds of the viewers. A situation where we look at it where an electoral act is specifically establishes the provisions as regards any concept or how a thing should be done in terms of accountability, and then there's still another way in which such a person or citizen cannot explore in details or directly or totally from that same function. It seems to my mind that it's an attempt to kill an initiative ahead of the purpose. I don't know how you explain that.
Well, the law has a golden eye, and the law sees the past, the present, and the future. That is the position of the law. And I think that is the singular reason why the law makes provision for exemptions. Because...
But when you say the law, men work on the laws.
Yes.
Before it becomes a law, or before they become laws, they were once bills. And so men work on it. So what is the guarantee that the men that work on this do not deliberately work on this in order to, protect their patrimony, their personal aggrandizement that may, they may want to seek from the common good that law or that bill, is seeking for in a law? I don't know if you get me.
Yes, you may not. That may not be. That cannot be removed from that fact.
Because we've had this with the Electoral Act.
It could be to protect.
Where the Electoral Act, some part, anyways, I'm not to speak on it. Seems to protect those who are even the political actors.
Yes, when you make reference to Electoral Acts, you discover that in electoral matters, they are so unique and special to the extent that even the interpretation of the laws in marrying the functionality of the electoral officers and their performance in an election gives a wide protection. What do I mean by that? There are the courts in even interpreting the law with respect to electoral acts may not consider the actors of their functionalities, of their performance, but may consider what is known as public interest or public safety. That again, to some of us, we may question that what do we mean by public safety, where there is an infringement on the rights of the voter or the electorate. Where the right of the voter or the electorate is infringed upon, is violated, do you not say that whatever interpretation you give is for public safety? That is another question begging for answer. That even the courts have not been able to give answer to. But however, we've witnessed a lot of abracadabra, legal abracadabra, but with special reference or specific reference, to my mind, to the last 2023 general elections. We've seen it. Before now, we've seen that the court visit the law strictly on electoral matters. But just now, we've seen how there is protection with respect to that. But again, let's look at the subject matter. I did say that the Freedom of Information Acts provide for exemptions, and those exemptions are specified in sections 11 to section 19 with the removal of section 18 of the Freedom of Information Act, and that you can go to court as a remedy, section 25. Now, you can see that even that law, the Freedom of Information Act rather, also has given the court responsibility to make order with reference to information as applied by an applicant or a citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, it's still within the wisdom of the court to so grant or to refuse. Again, we may have the challenge of interpretation in the nearest future.
Thank you very much. But you just raised an issue that needs to be explained in total, because there's this aspect of, getting allocations that the federal government has given to each state, for instance, in their monthly revenues, of course, monthly allocations from the federal government to the states. We've always seen it where it is not properly broken down. We can hardly, have, reports on the monthly, allocations that each state gets from the federal government. All we can get from the Federal Accounts Allocation Committee most times are usually the total amount, that is being disbursed from the federal government to the states, but not the specific amount that each state gets month in, month out from the federal government. And that what you have to get it from the accountant general of the state to have a well-explained copy or copies of how the state gets month in, month out allocations from the federal government. Should it be so?
Yes, it ought not to be so, because we have seen that with specific reference to the way the executive carry out the day-to-day runnings of administration in this country, it has shown that there is no transparency. In a climate where there is transparency, there ought to be a breakdown. Even the Constitution makes it clear for there to be a breakdown of how public funds are distributed or shared amongst the federal government and the 36 states of the federation. But here we are, some executive maneuverings are being carried out so that the people of Nigeria will not know that. And now, if the people of Nigeria do not have access to that information, what about their representative at the legislative angle of it?
Do they have access?
Do they have access? If they don't, do they ask questions with respect to that, or they are engaged in frivolities? So that is why the freedom, I think, that the Freedom of Information Act now makes provision.
That's the importance.
For individuals, citizens, group of citizens to make application.
Yeah, because
to get that information.
Yeah, because it's not every information that will be on the public space.
Yes.
So, but that Freedom of Information Act can also help.
Yes.
If you seek or require such information that may not readily be on the public space, so that you can easily access such,
Yeah,
okay. Okay, but how fluid or how accessible is the office of the Attorney General, for instance?
It's accessible. It's a public office. You can make your application.
Okay.
And the Freedom of Information Act also saw the possibility of the institution wherein that application is made to refuses to grant that application or request as made. And the Act now provides for, in section 25, that you can go to court to seek a redress so that the court can grant an order. And once the court grants an order, you bring that order to them so that they can furnish you with whatever information as specified in your application.
All right, this is quite a sensitive topic, and we will not be able to exhaust it in one episode. But in the next episode, we're going to be looking more into the sanctions, or how the citizens can be able to access remedies, these legal remedies, in tackling or finding way where the provisions of the law can make sanctions on non-performing public officials that are found wanting in terms of not being able to satisfy the public or the citizens in respect of giving account of their state worship. And that will be done basically next week. But before we round off on this, let's look at the aspect of the legislative arm, for instance, that you raised. This is an important arm of government that helps to oversee, deploy, that helps to look into oversight functions of the executive. Now, how can we strengthen this body in order to be able to help in accountability of the executive?
The law is clear with reference to legislative oversight, and that the legislature, their function as provided for by the Constitution is not just to make laws. Like we have agreed, they also have oversight functions to perform.
Yes.
And when they refuse,
but they are lagging in that aspect. Like what you said, they are lagging in that aspect.
Yes.
So how do we strengthen that arm? But first of all, what could be the causative factor, and how can we strengthen that arm for it to be found, living up to expectation?
With the kind of legislative representative we have, and the unique structure of Nigeria, democratically, legally and otherwise, we may have just one function or one role to play, and that is where you discover now to the citizens, where the citizens of Nigeria discover that the members of the legislative arm of government are not carrying out their functions as legislative arm. In the next election, don't vote for them.
Okay, you are talking about, okay, before that, we could also, explore the aspect of the recall process. And of course, sanctions that may also be given on that. But well, that would be what we will be having same time next week on Law and You. Well, big thanks for taking our time to be part of this. Basically, that's what we're going to be looking at in the next episode, because we want to look at the recall process. How is it done? And of course, sanctions that will be given on non-performing public officials. How would that be carried out? So, big thanks for taking our time to be part of this.
It's a pleasure to be.
My name is Philip Omar Gilpon. We'll see you same time next week. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua Seed. Ayo or Aqua Game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua Game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
All right, now a very good morning to you. You're welcome on board on our ultimate program on television, our Curtain Raiser, and of course our breakfast show. This morning on ITV, you call it TMI, it's okay, and that's just the way it is. My name is Evan Sudoku. You're welcome to Wednesday, the third day of the month of December 2025, and I'm so happy to be right here with you today. Now, Nigeria, no doubt, is our country, so we must ensure that we speak to the issues, most especially when they are happening. Now, the most important of it all in our country now is the need for us to keep Nigeria secure, because that's the only way we can, function productively. I mean, there's nothing like when you function, when you live in a secured environment. Now, I was speaking with a relative some few days ago, and she's so worried. I mean, to be out of the country for more than 10 years, she wants to return home. But the big question is, how safe is the country? All right, then. I think with the recent development now, just on Monday, about 2 days ago, we saw the Northern States Governors Forum and the elders in the North are coming together and making some recommendations. Now, above it all is the need for us to have a state police in the country. I mean, state policing against the conventional centralized system of keeping security in the country. The explanation is that is no more. It is no more, productive. I mean, with the way that insecurity has so much, bedeviled the country, so it appears the idea of keeping a centralized system of security in the country is no more yielding, results. Well, I'm not alone on this program. I've got my co-anchors. Messalina is in Lagos, and of course I have Abuja, and Inolatan Sakai is right here with me in Benin. That's the corporate trader. Well, you're going to be seeing him any moment from now. Now, Messalina, a very good morning to you. Nice to have you, Messi. Good morning, Messi.
Beautiful morning to you, Evans. It's a beautiful day here in Lagos, despite the insecurity issues. I mean, we're praying to God by the day, seeing different things that have been happening in Nigeria. Like Evan said earlier, Nigeria is our country. We need to secure it at all costs. I mean, the government needs to come to the aid of Nigerians, of the people. We don't have to be scared. I've been seeing a couple of videos lately, of people that are traveling, being attacked on the way. They contact them on the way, that telling them that, oh, they're kidnapping at the front. You just have to go back or hold on a little. I mean, people are scared to travel. It is not even advisable at this time to travel because a lot is happening. And also, Evans, I don't know, we saw that the former minister resigned due to health issues. Health is wealth, health is important. If he's come out to say that, oh, I'm resigning because of health issues, it is okay, he needs to take care of himself. And we saw that our president appointed a new defense minister, Musa, and he has sent his details to the Senate for them to go through it and all of that. I mean, Nigerians are saying, there's a lot of speculation saying Badaru that resigned, is it really due to health issues? I mean, he has come out to say it's health issues. Fine, it's okay, no problem. Declaring state of emergency because of the insecurity and all of that, state policing, will it help? We are scared and we are hoping that the issue of insecurity is being tackled in Nigeria because, it is a whole lot. Waking up every morning, you're scared, going to work, traveling, and all of that. We just hope and pray all these things come to an end one day.
Okay. All right. So we saw another report of insecurity here in Edo State just only yesterday in Ekpoma, whereby, adoptees came up and, adopted, they adopted a certain guy. The report is still very much trending. You can see that, later on in our news at 9:30. We showed it this morning. We also talked about it this morning in our AM news at 6:30. Now, it is more reality. The reality of it all now is now so glaring that when we talk about insecurity in the country, it is real. But just like what you said, that a new Minister of Defense has been nominated. Is yet to be, appointed though. His appointment is subject to the ratification of the National Assembly. We're talking about General. His name is General Gwabin Musa. I had to put that middle name. One time Chief of Defense Staff in the country. He's retired though in the army, but he's still very much being able to ensure that he keeps the country so secure. Well, talking about the resignation of Badaro, the former Minister of Defense, is still raising questions that what actually happened. Though he may have said that he resigned on health issues, but Nigerians now, Nigerians want to dig more. They want to find out what actually happened. I think we should just go away from that now and allow this new retired General Christopher Musa, that has been nominated by the president now, and let's see how he comes through to ensure that he keeps the nation, secured. Well, talking about the Minister of Defense, all that he's going to be doing is going to be, is going to ensure that he's going to be on the policies to ensure that policy as relates to security in the country is going to be well carried out. So that's one thing that some persons are talking about. I mean, unlike when he was Chief of Defense Staff. I mean, as Chief of Defense Staff, he was in the forefront, and then he was in army uniform. But unlike now, he's retired. Though once an army, you may be retired, but you are still an army. So people are asking questions. I mean, being a former Chief of Defense Staff and now a Minister of Defense, the transition, can he? Well, let's see, because in the next couple of days, when he's fully appointed, we will begin to see how he's going to be able to fit into the new role, the new responsibility that he has been asked to do. There's no doubt that he has done it before. I mean, he has been a commander of so many military formations, like the Operation Hardin Kai. That was between 2021 and 2023. So we've seen that General Christopher Musa is, is not, he's so experienced when it comes to security issues. So let's see how that plays out as the country goes on. Anyway, we'll take a short pause, and so that we'll join the corporate trainer in order to Nusakai on the motivation segment. And when we return, we'll go straight to Lagos to meet Messalina, where we'll see the major headlines on our major newspapers this morning as we are going on. Then in Benin, we're going to be talking about what seems to be the latest now. I said it a while ago, why the governors in the north are making so many suggestions. So many recommendations were made on Monday on how to keep the country secure. So we'll take a short pause. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned.
Rata no Sahai remains my amiable name, and I'm so delighted and elated to come your way this morning and make your day a premium value one. Now, on the series of psychological safety that we have been on, our focus today is 4 strategic ways to ensure psychological safety as a boss. 4 strategic ways to ensure psychological safety as a boss. Now, psychological safety is about creating a workplace, a work environment where employees or team members of that workplace have the opportunity or the platform to be able to share ideas, make contribution. They are able to report mistakes and errors without the fear of being shamed or without the fear of being embarrassed. And that at the end of the day, ensure that every team member, every employee brings their A game to the table, and then you have a succeeding or a growing organization. 4 strategic ways to ensure psychological safety as a boss. Now, it is very important that as a boss, as a leader, you create an atmosphere where people have the freedom, they have the liberty to be able to contribute ideas, contribute innovation, be able to point out errors, report mistakes that they have made without fear of being shamed, without fear of being embarrassed. And the number 1 way you do that is for you as the leader to model vulnerability and humility. Now, it is a show of great leadership quality for you as the boss, to let the people understand that you don't know it all. You are not omniscient. You are not all-knowing. You know in part. And when you make mistakes, own up to these mistakes. When you, make errors, own up to these errors. If you decide to show yourself as infallible, if you decide to show yourself as perfect, now the negative effect of that is that you are going to have team members that will be hiding the errors they make. They will be hiding their mistakes because you have used the body language, you have used your action and inaction to show to them that errors are not tolerated here. We don't make mistakes here. It is 100% infallible, affair. And, at the end of the day, just like I said just now, you are going to see a situation where team members will be, sweeping their errors under the carpet. They'll be covering up their mistakes. And at the end of the day, when that implodes, it is going to be very devastating for your business or organization. So, as a team leader, the number one way to drive psychological safety in the workplace is for you as a leader to model, vulnerability and humility. The second way is for you to encourage questions without shaming. This is just so important. Any workplace, any system or any team whereby team members are afraid to ask questions for more clarifications, any system, any workplace where team members are not given the opportunity or the platform to ask questions for more clarifications over work matters, such a workplace, such a team does not have a future. Why? Team members are going to be making decisions based on assumptions. And assumption-based decision is going to always negatively boomerang, on the team. It's going to negatively affect the team. So as a leader, it is very important that, you give room for team members to ask questions or clarifications. When you are holding a team meeting, as you discuss, as you move from one phase of the meeting to the other, it is important for you to solicit for questions so that, people will get clarifications on what is expected of them, what they should do, what they should avoid. And at the end of the day, you have a productive team, as a result of the psychological safety you have created. The third one is for you to enforce respectful communication consistently. Enforce respectful communication consistently. Don't tolerate a culture whereby people are talked down on. Now, everybody should have this culture in the system whereby, there is dignified communication, there is respectful communication, position notwithstanding. When you see that a particular team member or employee, is being talked down on, interrupt that and do everything possible to drive a culture of dignified communication where everybody is spoken to with respect. And when this is in place, when this kind of psychological safety is in place, team members are going to have the confidence to always bring their contribution to the table. They will always bring their observation to the table, and that is for the progress and advancement of your organization. Remember, we are looking at 4 strategic ways to ensure psychological safety as a boss. The fourth one is for you to create a blame-free learning environment. Create a blame-free learning environment. Now, mistakes are part of work. People will make mistakes. But what makes you a great leader is how you respond to a mistake or respond to mistakes that employees make in the organization. Even you, the boss, do make mistakes. So your response should be very strategic. And the strategic response to mistakes and errors of team members is for you to use those mistakes and errors as data points for improvement, not a tool for punishment. No, you should sit down and ask yourself, how do we make improvement? How do we ensure that this is not repeated, in the future? This is very, very important. Create a blame-free learning environment. People should understand that, they will not be victimized if they, take, initiative, that will help to advance the cause of the organization. And if in the course of taking that initiative, mistakes are made, errors are made, team members should understand that, they will not be victimized. This will help you, a long way to create a psychologically safe environment that will make every team member to bring their A game to the table. We have just discussed 4 strategic ways to ensure psychological safety as a boss. The first one I said, model vulnerability and humility. The second one, encourage questions without shaming. The third one, enforce respectful communication consistently. Then the last one, create a blame-free learning environment. I believe strongly that profound value, premium value for that matter, have been added to you today. My email is right there on the screen for you to send your inquiries, your questions across. And trust me, as I always do, I provide, the needed answer, and then we're able to build a better workplace for you, a better team for you, and then make you an outstanding and amazing leader that is always achieving the goals and objectives of his, system or workplace. I'll be seeing you next week, Wednesday. When I return, I'll remain the amiable, Inoagata, no Sahai. Your day is so blessed. Thank you.
Many thanks for staying with us. All right, this beautiful morning, I am Marcelina Unko, and we would be reviewing the papers this morning, and our guest that would be helping us review the paper is Dr. Victor Oha. Hello, Dr. Victor, good morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm very well, thank you. Thank you so much for coming. All right. So Dr. Victor Oha is a UN humanitarian ambassador and also a political analyst. They would be helping us reviewing the papers this morning. So the first papers we'll be starting with is the Punch newspapers, and the big headlines on the Punch newspapers says, U.S. lawmakers, Nigerian rep hold fresh sections over rising insecurity. You get that in page 2 on the Punch newspaper. Also another headline that says, Adeleke shuns Osun PDP primary as Adebayo wins tickets. You get that on page 3. Also another headline says, federal government contractors launch fresh protest over 500 billion naira debts. You get that on page 24 from the Punch newspaper this morning. All right, another headlines that says, manpower shortfall may delay NSCDC's VIP protection rollout. You get that on page 2 from the Punch newspaper. Dr. Victor, I want us to quickly talk about the U.S. lawmakers, Nigerian reps hold fresh sections over rising insecurity. What is your take on that?
I think these sessions are meant to deepen the conversation.
Okay.
Already started. They appear to be, let me just say, allegations of misconceptions on both sides. The Nigerians are saying, no, there's no genocide. And the Americans are saying, yes, the evidence is before us, point to it. And so there's a need for them to be able to, see and talk and then harmonize on the way forward. The Americans are not joking about this, and it's important that Nigerians demonstrate that they're doing something about it, because there's been accusations of complicity, there have been accusations of lethargy and just total carelessness with what's been happening. So I think these sessions are meant to clarify things and forge a common direction. U.S. and Nigeria have a very good relationship. I don't think the U.S. will be in a hurry to come and begin to even though they're supposed to be enemies of Nigeria, the terrorists just begin to bomb territories. We're still a sovereign. So these are meant to, use, if possible, non-kinetic methods in the first instance, and then empower, if necessary, the Nigerians to do the needful to make sure this situation is turned around.
So you think it's a good one?
I think it's good. Dialogue is always better than, Georgia is always better than war.
All right. Okay, moving on, we're still on newspaper review. Let's take a look at the New Telegraph newspaper. The big headlines on the New Telegraph newspaper this morning says, insecurity, we will reclaim ungoverned spaces from non-state actors, Tinubu's vow. You get that on page 3 and page 29 on the New Telegraph newspaper. And also another headlines there says, expulsion, PDP to place a disclaimer on Wike, Fayose, Ayan, Bacho, others. You get that on page 2, page 4 and also page 6 on the New Telegraph newspaper. Federal government moves to extend social protection to 60 million informal workers. You get that on page 4 from the New Telegraph newspaper. Also another headlines there says 2027, no time to waste on our rescue mission, Atiku. You get that on page 5 from the New Telegraph newspaper. Dr. Victor, let's talk about the big headlines there that says insecurity will reclaim ungoverned spaces from non-state actors, Tinubu vows. What is your take on that?
Well, finally, the government is admitting that there are spaces that are in control of the terrorists. They've been living in denial all this while. Facts that we already know, that there are places that are out of the control of the federal government and the state government. So it's a good thing that they have vowed now to reclaim those ungoverned spaces back. So I think it's a positive one. Like I've always said, and even when President Trump spoke, the thing is not to live in denial, but to admit what the situation is and confront it, heads on. And that's what I think the government is beginning to do right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
That you think that is what the government needs to do at this point?
Yes, and
all
that's
right.
what they appear to be doing.
Okay. Moving on the newspaper review this morning, we'll quickly look at the Guardian's newspaper. The Guardian newspaper, the big headline there says, chaotic Yuletide travels loom as 15 airlines face 65% capacity dip. You get that on page 6 from the Guardian newspaper this morning. Okay, another headline there says, Mba presents 1.62 trillion naira budget, Lord Tinubu's economic policies. Okay, that is another headline there. And another one says, Tinubu made security chiefs nominate CDS Musa as defense minister. You get that on page 3 from the Guardian newspaper. Another headline that says, contractors protest disrupts ministry's activities over 760 billion naira debt. You also get that on page 16 on the Guardian newspaper this morning. I want us to quickly talk about this. I mean, that is our main conversation for today, Dr. Victor Ohai. Let's talk about Tinubu meets security chiefs, nominates as CDS Musa as defense minister. I mean, that is our main conversation for today. Let's just talk briefly on it before.
That's interesting, really. Former CDS Musa, is immediate past chief of defense staff, and that the president put it to the chief, the various heads of the military to say, okay, look, who do you think should be defense minister? And they were able to nominate him. It said something about his leadership. It said something about their confidence in him. And it's also, the great thing about it is the consultation, from the president. I think that is a very good one, because what it therefore means is that there will be total loyalty, there will be total cohesion among the forces, because the head of Navy, the head of Air Force, and the head of the Army have collectively agreed to say, look, this is who we want as our defense minister. What it means is that this is somebody we can take orders from, somebody we will respect, and somebody we can work with. You know, so I don't know, I'm somehow excited about this because it therefore means that although he has just left office, but it means that they have full confidence in his ability to deliver, and that the president also didn't argue and said, so be it, and acted promptly as well. You notice that as soon as Badaru was removed, Badaru, I don't think he left willingly. I think he was just told gently, you know, just resign honorably and just go. As soon as, before the ink would dry on his signature, the president already sent the citizen to the National Assembly.
Let's leave the conversation for later. We'll talk more on it later because, like I said earlier, that is our main conversation for today.
All right.
All right, moving on. We're still on newspaper review. The Nation newspaper, the big headlines on the Nation newspaper this morning says, "You must give us better results," President tells service chiefs. That is the big headlines there on the Nation newspaper. Okay, another headline there says, "Experts set agenda for Defense Minister nominee General Musa." And also a subwriter said, "ex-CDS faces Senate screening." You get that on the Nation newspaper this morning. Okay, another headlines there says, "Igbenedion hails First Lady's support on reserved seats for women." You get that on page 28 on the Nation newspaper this morning. Another one says, "Adeleke sets for accord as Chaos rocks PDP primary." You get that on page 6 on the Nation newspaper this morning. Omokri's ambassadorial nomination gets full backing. You get that on page 5 from the Nation newspaper this morning. Dr. Victor, you must give us better results, President tells service chiefs. What does it take?
It's as if you were saying I should give you better results. But it's okay. Okay, so that's how a commander-in-chief should speak. And I shouldn't even be saying, I think the language should even be more, how do I put it, more exact. We must give us better results. It's a bit ambiguous, you know. You should be able to set clearly measurable targets and goals, which is like saying, look, by January 2026, for instance, there must be no more kidnapping anywhere in Nigeria, for instance. Okay, there must be all the militants, the known heads must either be captured or routed out of Nigeria. You know, so clear. But if you just say, give us better results, how do you measure better results? There's no proper way of measuring it. But I like the fact that he's saying to them, do something, but he can do better.
Okay, thank you so much for that. They can do better. Interesting. Okay, let's look at the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. The big headlines on the Nigerian Tribune newspaper says, "Reps begin debate on state policing. Other constitutions review bills today." You get that on page 3 from the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. U.S. lawmakers meet on escalating violence in Nigeria. You get that on page 8 from the newspaper this morning. All right, another headline says, ASU, federal government reach agreement on 40% pay rise, autonomy funding. You get that on page 10 from the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. Let's talk about reps begin debate on state policing, other constitution review bills today. Dr. Victor.
Okay, we've been at this issue of constitution review for quite a while now. But the good thing is that when the northern governors met over the weekend or late last week, they all agreed for the first time. They were those that were opposing the issue of state police before now.
Yeah.
So there was a consensus. I mean, now that they're feeling the heat and they know that, you know, things are getting worse, especially in their states, they finally agreed. And I think it's going to be smooth sailing. That particular bill will fly. And we'll have to see what comes with the others as well. Will there be state creation as well and the other items for review? But we'll wait and see.
Yeah. Okay, let's wait and see what happened next. Okay, well, let's quickly take a look at the Vanguard newspaper. The big headline on the Vanguard newspaper this morning says, U.S. lawmakers disagree with federal government. That is the big headline on the Vanguard newspaper this beautiful morning. Okay, also, MBA presents record 1.62 trillion 2026 budget of renew momentum. You get that on page 11 on the Vanguard newspaper. Say steps taken so far by federal government to deal with the problem insufficient. Okay, you get that on page 5 from the Vanguard newspaper this beautiful morning. Dr. Victor, let's quickly talk about the alleged Christian genocide U.S. lawmakers this with federal government. What did it say?
Okay, so as I said earlier, there's a misconception on both sides. The government on the one hand is living in denial and not, accepting very obvious facts, which is one, that people are getting killed, that villages are getting sacked, and that churches are being attacked, and that whole villages of Christians are being, that the aggressors are mainly Muslims, and so yes, they also attack moderate Muslims, but also many of the targets are also Christians, but the federal government denied it totally, and that's why the U.S. lawmakers are not very happy about this, because they have receipts. What I mean by receipts is they have evidences, and don't forget that people in this same administration and in the immediate past administration were the ones who first went to report to the U.S. government and Congress about the insecurity in Nigeria. So they first drew attention to it, so they cannot now begin to deny what they have said. So that's why there's a disagreement, but I hope they settle it.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Victor, for helping us analyze the papers this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, thank you all our viewers for watching the newspaper review this morning. Do well to grab a copy and, of course, go through them. We're still on CMI. I am Marcelina Unkwa. We would be handing over to our Benin Network studio for the continuation on CMI. To stay.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
right, thank you so much for still being there. The program is still on your television this morning on ITV. Yes, we are going to start our discussion segment this morning on security because of the fight against insecurity. The fight against insecurity in the country is still very much on. So like what I said a while ago, that all efforts must be on deck to ensure that we complement what the government of the day is doing. Now, we have seen that a new minister for defense has been nominated, and he's still subject to approval by the National Assembly. And only on Monday, that's about 2 days ago, we saw whereby the Nigeria Northern States Governors Forum came together, and also some leaders in the north coming together in Kaduna to make some recommendations about the way to go forward in ways of fighting insecurity in the country. All right, so some of the recommendations made is that there should be establishment of state police, and of course that has been a major talking point, for over almost about 5, 6, 7 years now in the country. The need for us to have state police in our country as against the centralized security system in the country. Then also, we also have the one that talks about suspension of mining activities, which is also a major talking point, because most of these insurgency issues that we are looking at in the north, they are as a result of mining activities in the north. Then also creation of regional security trust. Then also addressing root causes of insecurity in the country. Then enhance interstate coordination and also collaboration with traditional rulers. All this were the recommendations that were made on Monday in Kaduna when the Northern State Governors Forum met. Let's quickly take a short pause now so that we get you more prepared into the show this morning. Please stay tuned. The fight against insecurity is becoming more of reality now. I mean, considering recent moves that the federal government has made, and also considering recent moves that even the governors are making. Only on Monday, we saw whereby the northern governors coming together and some key northern leaders coming together to make recommendations. And we just hope and pray that these recommendations come through. Well, to look at all this this morning, talking about the fight against insecurity in the country, the fight against insecurity in the country, and the fight against insurgency in the country. We are so privileged to have two members of our panelists this morning. We're talking about Barrister Osagede Jimmy. Sir, you're welcome to the program this morning on ITV.
Thank you very much, sir.
Then also we'll have a former director to the Edo State government and a politician. Derrick Uhwago is also on the program this morning. Mr. Derrick, you're welcome. Good morning.
A very good morning to you.
All right. Now, just as I read through the recommendations that the northern governors made, the need for us to have the establishment of state police. This has been on for quite some time. And we understand that the National Assembly are also meeting by today or tomorrow. This issue of the need for us to decentralize security architecture, in the country has become so germane. But gentlemen, let us look at it, because most times when we talk about creation of state policing in the country, the argument has always been that politicians will take advantage of it. Now, I'm going to start with you, Barrister Jimmy, because you're typical of the kind of politicians that we have in the country. I mean, some politicians in the country want to take advantage of anything. Now, as we are making suggestions now, making recommendations for state police in the country, do you think politicians are also getting ready to also make amendments in a way not to use that to their advantage?
Well, thank you very much. First and foremost, I want the National Assembly to tread cautiously. You don't adopt a system hook, line, and sinker. The first thing is to study how the system works. Let it not be the same debacle that we are experiencing for adopting the presidential system of government. We will not study how those successful federations are conducting the affairs of state before we adopted it. For example, excuse me, in Nigeria, what we have is not a true federalism. If we had studied a true federalism, Nigeria would not have been like this today. So what I recommend is let those who are at the helm of affairs, those who are sitting down, to do the theory, let them also examine the practical aspect. How will you implement it? They should go to they should go to countries that have state police. They should go to a place like America. They go to other countries that have state police, and they go to countries that have hybrids. For example, in Japan, you don't have a national police system, but you have a national control. And from prefecture to prefecture, in Japan they call it prefecture. That is a state. From state to state, you have your local police, and you have what they call community policing. So if you are talking about state police, it doesn't just end there. State police must go down to the grassroots to reflect the community aspiration. That is called community policing. Now, community policing that is expected to be part of state police is so that you have well-trained police officers who are civil, who lives within the community. They will be there. Sometimes 10-15 years you don't transfer them because of integrity. So they know everybody, just the way it used to be in our system those days. If anybody, new person enters the community, this is a new person. They know every new person that enters the community. So let us study state police. Let us study how it works. How are you going to finance it? Now, what is the implication for political misuse? What is the implication for for favoritism? Now we are crying about the ease in society, a lot of accusation against police. That is maybe because it's a federal police. So if you are going to have state police, how is the governor going to use the state police? If you remember what happened in the last general elections, in those states during the governorship election, the police was even involved as candidates, supporting politicians to cut ballot into the boxes and the rest of them. That is federal police. So if you are going to have state police,
those were allegations.
We have practical experience. We are politicians. Derek knows what I'm talking about. I was at the police station when policemen came with politicians and we were shooting into the air. And by the arrangement of INEC, no armed policemen are supposed to go near the police station. They drove everybody away. Apart from some of us who already won their unit before they came. So if you now localize it, you see it's going to be a terrible situation. That is not the problem that Nigeria is facing.
Okay.
The problem Nigeria is facing is a lack of credible institutions. That is our problem. Not state policy or federal policy. Is it now that they are coming together to talk about state police? Now look at what is happening in Nigeria right now. The high level of insecurity, where it's common knowledge that when army officers were going to secure a place, they asked them to pull out for 5 minutes. School children are adopted. Now, if you have state police, is it not the same thing? In fact, it's going to be worse.
It could be worse. All right, let me pause you now. Derek Ohuango, it's a good one to know that we are looking at this issue today within the ambience of politics. Politicians not using, because from the look of things now, as a matter of fact, the National Assembly members have said that they are going to make sure that they put the bill into passage, that there is going to receive a quick passage and all that. But the worry that a lot of persons share is the fact that let it not be that it will be a case of from fry pan to fire. I mean, we are trying to solve one problem, and of course we are creating another. Derek Ohuango, state policing is what we're talking about this morning.
Yeah, the issue of state policing is a good one. It is obtainable everywhere in the world. State and local policing is obtainable everywhere in the world, except Nigeria. And the fear has always been that the political class should not use it to their own advantage with regards to election rigging and what have you. As Jimmy Osagede mentioned earlier, we have experienced this big deal in Nigeria, even in Edo State, even in my election, you know. So, and not so long ago, the former Labour Party, the former governorship candidate who is now governor of Edo State, he suddenly was killed in the airport, if you recall, when the vigilante guys attacked them, you know, while they were landing, you know, in the Benin airport. But having said that, state policing is a beautiful thing because it localizes security and puts the issue of securing lives and property in the hands of people of concern. Those who lives in a particular area, when put in charge of the security of that particular area, it makes things easier. They know the terrain, you know. They are more motivated when something happens to their own communal person. You know, they know the person one-on-one, and they'll be more motivated to go after whoever the perpetrator of that heinous crime or criminality might be. So it's a beautiful thing. There's nothing to be afraid of with regards to state policing. But my own recommendation is for the government to go a step further than giving legislative backing for state policing. Government must immediately also add a caveat to that parliamentary arrangement to also give room for private security to be established for those who are interested in going to private security. So that VIPs who would in turn want to take advantage of the local policing for their own personal, you know, security, not minding that perhaps manpower will not be adequate to go around.
Now, when you say private security, what exactly do you mean? Because, I mean, we have some private security organizations, only that they are not mandated by law. They cannot carry firearms. So are you saying that...
my own suggestion or recommendation is that the Parliament should go all out to approving all arms ammunition for the private security outfits who they haven't gone through the profiling processes, and the owners and the people, stakeholders in this sector have been deemed to be fit to handle private security, should be given the license to do so, so that the law will cover that on no account should any individual use either the federal or state police or local police for his personal security. Whoever needs security details should engage the private security, you know, sector or setup, as the case may be, to, you know, get private security, so that this local police, state police, will focus on securing the general, you know, terrain for which they are established to secure, rather than securing just a private individual in the name of, you know, VIP. This is my concern. But for the issue of worrying about how people might take advantage of it for their personal aggrandizement, that is the issue of state and local police. We should not worry so much about it, because I believe desperate situation requires desperate measures. And we ought to have established this state policing as soon as we establish the federal government. Because operating a true federal system entails that all the state and local actors in terms of state government and local governments should have, you know, absolute autonomy to secure lives and property of their domain or their, you know, local government, as the case may be.
Okay. Now, Jimmy, there's, you know, I mean, good enough, we have 3 tiers of governments. I mean, we have the federal government, we have the states, and of course, we have the local government. Now, when we begin to talk about state police now, don't you think that local government is also, you know, trying to gear up that, okay, we can also begin to discuss our own? Because this whole thing, some analysts have the opinion that it will further you know, worsen the problem. It will further worsen the case. Just as what we are trying to say now, that state policing may be good, but the fear is that let it not be that politicians use it to their advantage. Because, you know, the 3 tiers of government that we seem to be operating, the local government, which is the last tier of government, seems to still be tied to the state government. So if at the end of the day we now say state policing, are you not seeing the local government, you know, also brazen up that, oh, we can also have our own police system too?
Well, there's nothing stopping the local government from saying that they want their own police. But what my take on this whole arrangement is that Nigeria is not right for state police. Because countries where state police, like you mentioned, have succeeded, they have functional institutions. They have, people who have integrity running institutions. The judiciary is excellent. The president, the armed forces, and the rest of them. You see, right now, in terms of security in Nigeria, the system security is so dislocated that what the federal government needs to do is to rediscover the security for Nigeria. Let the federal government.
That is what is probably responsible for all this.
No. What I mean is the insurgency, the banditry, the kidnapping must come to a very low ebb before you start talking about what are you going to hand over to the states. What are you going to hand over to the state to run their police? Are you going to hand over forests that are impenetrable because of bandits and kidnappers? Are you going to hand over, make a state government that is not able to, function properly in terms of financing institutions? To have a police in the state, to have state police involves a lot of finance. Why I'm stressing the fact that the federalism should be working properly is that let the state be able to generate enough funds so that they can buy arms and equipment, they can train their officers so that they can secure the state. But the way it is now, where most states go copy hand every month to Abuja to get allocation, how are you going to fund state police? The National Assembly should not be, bringing out laws based on agitations. They should bring out laws based on reality. What I see is not realistic. The framework for the successful implementation of state police is not even evident in Nigeria. For example, in the north, we are aware, it's common knowledge that there has been illegal mining, especially gold and other, precious minerals.
Yeah.
But the money coming from it is all going to the federal coffers. But in the Niger Delta, if you find anybody operating illegal refinery, you go there, you go and shut it down. The rest of them, you see the dislocation. Now, if you bring state police, what is the police in Edo State or Niger Delta going to destroy those refineries or secure them? And is the police in the north going to destroy those mining institutions, stations or secure them? So the federal government must return the state to a stable security situation before you talk about state policing, so that they will have a place to start from. Nigeria is not. You remember me? I read the novel many years ago when I was primary school. The title is, one of the stories is "You Will Remember Me." It was a traveler that was going, and he was remembered because of what he did.
Yeah.
So for instance, you are going to have a commissioner of police for your state. You are going to have in the the DPOs as we have. I don't know what they are going to call them, and the rest. And you ask the question.
Structure is going to cascade down.
You asked the question just now. Maybe the local government is going to ask for. So the whole thing is going to be in disarray if it's not properly planned. That's why it's not ready now.
Okay, let me pause you there. Now, away from that, now, gentlemen. Other issues were also discussed on Monday at the governors, at the Northern State Governors Forum in Kaduna. Now, we have the issue that has to do with the suspension of mining activities, just as what Barrister Jimmy said. Now, the Northern Governors Forum recommended a 6-month suspension of all mining activities to curb the funding of criminal networks by illegal mining and allow for an audit of licenses in consultation with the governors. Now, it's been said often, Derek Wango, that mining activities in some states in the north is largely responsible for the insurgency. As a matter of fact, there are allegations that suggest that these illegal miners, they collaborate with some foreigners. Those foreigners bring in arms and ammunition in exchange of the solid minerals and all that. And after they have gone, those are the arms and ammunition that they use in perpetrating the insurgency in the country. Now, what is your take? I mean, for the Northern Governors Forum to suggest that all mining activities has to stop for 6 months. Don't you think it's going to have an economic implication? Because whether we like it or not, there are some things that, revenues that come in through those mining activities.
Before I answer that question, let me react to what Jimmy Osagede, earlier stated concerning state and local policing. Nigeria not being ready or ripe for it. I think he's seeing this situation from a pinhole. You should look at it from a very broad perspective, seeing that lives and property have been lost since 2009 as a result of insurgency. And we are also not unaware of the fact that military and policemen are not motivated enough to go after these insurgents, mainly due to the fact that they are not from that terrain. As a result, they are not adequately motivated. Also because those that are affected are not their kinsmen. They are not their locals. You take an Igbo man to the north for the purpose of military conquest or policing, he will not be as motivated as a Danladi who lives in Kano, whose brother has been kidnapped in his own terrain. Even if he had just a penknife, he will go into that bush so long as he has the authority of government to go and attempt the rescue operation for that individual. So
in other words, the police personnel seems not to be committed.
You cannot be as motivated as you ought to be. You are Evans, you work here in ITV.
Yeah.
If you are posted for maybe a special duty somewhere in Abuja, it will take you time to acclimatize. It will take you time to get used to the workings. You might never get used to it.
Okay.
Because now, it's not your terrain. That is before I answered the main question. Now the question you asked me is if the stoppage of the mining activity in the north,
for the next 6 months.
6 months will affect, will have an economic effect.
Yes.
The answer to that question is that
are saying that it's going to have
the
economic effect.
answer to that question is that it will not have a macroeconomic effect.
Okay. All right. So let's quickly take a short break now. The program is still this morning on ITV, and we are looking at one of the recent of it's all the fights against insecurity in the country, whereby northern governors met on Monday, and they made some recommendations, very, very outstanding recommendations that we are following here. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
And Derek Unwango, where he was making a point on the whether the stopping of mining activities, what kind of effect it's going to have, economically on the nation. Derek Unwango.
I was saying that most of the mining activities in the north are being carried out by private individuals, community leaders, retired officials of the states, and serving officials of the state, be it in the military, armed forces generally, So it will not have a macroeconomic effect in our economy, but rather it will greatly affect several pockets. So the process of 6 months will give a leverage to government to adequately regularize this mining activity. Having said that, to also use this medium to say that all countries all over the world, most of them operate this local policing. Countries like America in the 19th centuries had security challenges in the Wild West, and sheriffing system was introduced. Sheriffing system was like a local vigilante head who is the first point of call when a security challenge occurs.
Yeah.
And is in charge of securing lives and property within that community. And when the issue is getting out of hand, he quickly send a telegram, to the state troopers.
For backup.
And there are several segments of armed forces or policing system in other parts of the world. Well, there is the FBI, there is the state police, the LAPD, and what have you, and there is the local sheriff. And all these systems are practiced all over the world. Like I mentioned earlier, if we are a federating state, we should also actually allow the federating component to hold sway in a federating state like Nigeria. And state policing is one of those components that actually allows a state to truly function as a federating state in a country.
All right. Now, Barrister, you talked about a while ago, your concern was if the state governors are going to be financially endowed, I mean, it may pose another financial problem to them. But what the northern governors are saying is that there's going to be a creation of a regional security trust. Now, the governors, approved the regional security trust fund with monthly contributions from each northern states and its local governments to fund joint security operations and interventions. Now, because from the look of things now, it seems that the northern governors may be restricting this suggestion to the north because they are creating their own security trust fund now. So we do not know whether other governors in the country are going to, also key into it. But to kind of react to what you said, now, if, funding state police is going to be a problem to the state governors, don't you think creating a security trust fund will also salvage, help in that direction?
From what I learned from the meeting of the northern governors and the key traditional rulers there, they want to set up a security trust fund where they can raise about 1 billion
monthly,
monthly, and the rest of them. That is still not a state police. That is like a confederation. State policing is the state is independent of policing the state. Maybe the sheriff, like you talk about. You see, the model. My worry, state police per se, is not bad. My worry is the modalities. What is the modus operandi? How are you going to collapse? You see, the countries that are running through federalism, that have had state police over the years, 100 years, America, Canada, the rest of them, how did they start? How are they funding it? Now, Nigeria has been, engulfed in a federal police system. All 36 states, the officers, they come from Abuja and the rest of them. Now, how do you decentralize? what happens to the armory? Are you still going to continue with obsolete equipment? You see, with due respect to them, you see police officer carrying AK-47 with a bandage. They have to bandage the magazine. I don't know the purpose for that. So it is more serious than just saying it.
I'm not a police officer, but I actually know that that's a way of carrying more ammunition.
Oh, really?
So it doesn't suggest that maybe the AK-47 is obsolete. I don't know. I think I've not had one, but that's what I think.
I'm happy to hear that. But the point I'm making is that you are going to have a state police. We are aware that many police officers, they sew uniforms for themselves because of the paucity of funds from the federal government.
Those are allegations.
True, it's true. No, ask them, ask any police officer. It's true. And, to have a state police, you are going to replicate what the federal government is doing. You are going to have vehicles. I know some state governments are doing that. You are going to have a lot of equipment. It is not as easy as we say. So we are talking about true federalism, where there's a devolution of power. The federal government, the state, and the local government. Let Nigeria practice true federalism first. Before you talk about state police, what we have now is not true federalism. And state police is not going to,
but one of the ways of practicing true federalism, just like what Derek Huang was saying, is to allow the federating units to have their freedom.
Yeah, they have not had it since independence. Nigeria, I'm the same age with Nigeria. Imagine 65 years they have not had state police. Are you just going to jump into state policing? Let the federal government remove some items from the exclusive legislative list and put it in concurrent. Let the state government have ability to, although there are legislation to that effect, but it's not practical now. Let them be able to run their seaports. Let them generate money. Let derivation. Let the federal government collect tax from oil, not collecting the oil and giving peanuts to the state. So that is how you embolden the state to raise enough funds to have, state police. Now, you are talking about state police. Where are the people who are going to run the state police? For instance, if the bill scales through National Assembly, are they being trained now? Are you going to poach?
All that will come. Don't you think so?
Are you going to poach from retired officers? Are you going to poach from officers who are not even happy that they were even policemen before because they are crying that their gratuity is peanuts?
Okay.
So we are looking for officers that will have integrity that will be credible.
Beautiful.
Let me just quickly give you an example.
Time quickly. Yeah, quickly.
Let me give you an example. In Japan, for instance, you have a local police. Local policeman is operating from a local police post. He's riding bicycle. He will ride bicycle throughout, like this is your location now, go to Yogi and the rest of them. He knows everybody with the full gadgets of equipment. So if there's any incident, he will just press and say, please help me, or I have so happening. Okay. Then somebody will drive that. We don't have such setup here. Now, is it the state that is going to start it?
Beautiful. Derek Huang.
Is that not what we have been talking about?
Derek Huang. Now, one of the suggestions that the northern governors, are making is the need for government to live up to their responsibility. Now, what that suggests is that there seems to be so much radicalization. I mean, the youths most times are radicalized. You have some set of people that are radicalized because of things in the country that are not okay, and all this snowball into kind of hitting up the polity, and before you know it, it becomes a security concern, security challenge, and all that. So what the northern governor seems to be suggesting is that government should find a way to make potential bodies, people that would take to arms, let them be employed and all that. I don't know whether you also rest with that suggestion too.
I think the point you are trying to make is the Article 4 of the Northern Governors Forum's recommendation, which is addressing the root cause of the security challenge in their terrain, which is poverty, illiteracy, lack of amenities, government infrastructure to cater for the needs of these individuals. No doubt, the issue of poverty and illiteracy have played a major role in indoctrinating these northern folks towards negativity. But the question is there the political will on the part of the northern leaders to begin to free the minds of their people so that they will no longer be configured for extremist activity as it relates to religion? You know, you will also recall that the Middle Belt Elders Forum came together barely 48 hours after the Northern Governors and Leaders Forum met to dissociate themselves from the core Northern agenda. Reason being that they feel that the Middle Beltern people like the Benue, the Jos people, and what have you, have not fared well with their unholy marriage with the Northern Fulani extremists. In the sense that they say some governors are collaborators and sympathizers with this violent extremist group. They also say some of them are sponsors. So it will not be practical for the Middle Belt people to synchronize their security architecture with the core Northern folks, so that it will not continue to leak. You will recall that this CDS Uba that was recently murdered, it is the SOS message that is sent to the commanding headquarters that the Boko Haram people intercepted. It was a WhatsApp message that is end-to-end encrypted, but somebody within the military echelon sent that message to the fundamentalists, who now tracked him and eventually took him and killed him because the military have been infiltrated. Some of the military leaders are sympathizers of these violent extremists who are religious fanatics. So the bottom line is that every state must be given the opportunity to govern itself in terms of security, so that this issue of colluding with federal security agencies, which they are doing with the Boko Haram and ISWAP people, can come to a stop. Everybody will be able to nip their challenges in the bud with regards to securing the people in their domain, if they are given the opportunity to govern themselves in regards to state policing. I believe this is the best way to go.
Okay, now as we wrap it up now, I'll just allow 30 seconds each because from the look of things, gentlemen, I mean, we're discussing what the Northern Governors Forum are recommending, and Derek Umar also said that just about 48 hours after that meeting on Monday, we also saw another gathering of the Middle Belt Governors Forum and all that. Now, gentlemen, are we not looking at a situation whereby it seems that this security fight against insecurity in the country is beginning to pull the nation apart? I mean, is this insurgency, is it a northern thing or a national issue? Jimmy Osagie.
You know, I keep saying that we should run through federalism before we talk about state police. For example, our constitution recognizes Nigeria as a secular state, but we are not practicing it. We have states that are sponsoring particular set of religion, where they will pay for you to go to Hajj or go to wherever you want to go. You know, all those arrangements make people to be tribalistic and want to think of themselves alone. So before you have a state police, so you let all those areas work well. For instance, what is the social orientation of the average northern wife?
Okay, now Derek Umango, 30 seconds quickly.
For me, I will advise the state governor of Edo State to quickly distribute the arms that were hitherto seized from the vigilante people. Profile these people and give the arms back to them to secure our communities. Because proactive vision, they say, is the beginning of strategic wisdom. We must employ proactive means towards securing lives and property instead of reactionary measures. Let us focus on solving the problem before the problem comes to our doorsteps.
Okay. All right. So we anchor the discussion here this morning. Meetings are still ongoing, and what we just discussed here today happened on Monday, and we understand that all that series of meetings are going on. As a matter of fact, the members of the National Assembly, still on the verge of, reviewing the Constitution, are still talking. talking about this state police thing and all that. So we see how it all comes through, because the last is not heard yet.
Welcome back, right there. Still this morning on Night TV, and thank you so much, Evans, for that insightful discussion right there. But we continue with that line of conversation, because we continue to look at the fight against insecurity and need for a new military architecture. And joining me from our Abuja Network studio is not that person than Brigadier General Aro Peters, retired, who is also joining us this morning as we take a look at the new steps taken by the federal government to tackle insecurity in Nigeria. It's a pleasure to have you this morning,
Thank
sir.
you very much.
I know you're coming at a critical point in Nigeria where certain decisions are being taken by federal government to see how they can reposition the security architecture of this country. But first, let me put you on the spot. The appointment of General Christopher Danjuma as the Minister of Defense. What is your own take on this?
I think it's an excellent appointment. It's coming at the right time. People have been talking that the political will is not there for the presidency. I don't forget that under the Constitution, the presidency, the president is the commander of the chief of the armed forces, and somebody delegates power to somebody to translate this, the civilian request to the military power. So the Minister of Defense does that for him. So right now, because he's just coming from the field, about 2 or 3 months thereabout, and he knows the contemporary issue, so it's going to translate the president's request accordingly.
Now, a lot of people will say, is the government not confused? For somebody that is ended is, there will probably, I don't know whether the relief is the right word to use, of his appointment as the service chief, one of the service chiefs, some few months back. And just some few months later, he's been appointed as Minister of Defense. Is there no confusion?
There's no confusion there. He was not relieved of his appointment. He spent two years thereabouts, and there are other officers. It was time for him to go so that we allow for continuity.
Even when he's good at his job, he has to go.
No, it doesn't mean the other people that are as equally as good as himself. We all went to academy, and it was said that when it gets to your turn, as long as you can show your proficiency, you will be there. We're giving such an appointment. So it's not relief.
But we had cases in the past where a service chief serves more than 2 years, 4 years, 6 years, and nothing happens.
I think, but the peculiarity is the last regime for the lead president Buhari. It was actually a misnomer. It stagnated a lot of things in the armed forces, and that one should not be encouraged. So what the presidency did, or the president did, was fantastic and excellent.
So in other words, when you take a look at the roles of service chief, each service chief is not supposed to spend more than 2 years. But any time a government decides to allow a misnomer, just like you said, happens, it's not good for the growth of the military.
Excellent. I think this presidency, the president realizes that there are other officers that are upcoming and equally as intelligent and things like that. That's why he did what he has to do.
Now let's take a look at the security situation of the country. Right after President Donald Trump made a statement about the Christian genocide, there's been an upsurge in the series of insurgency being experienced. Do you think there's a correlation between the statement made by Donald Trump with what is happening right now in Nigeria?
Actually, there's a correlation, and you will not blame the presidency for that. Nigeria is complex. I mean, if for no reason you start changing, start taking some decisive actions, people will they will bring a kind of religious coronation or north-south coronation. So it's an opportunity for him to rejig the security architecture. It's a very good time, It's not about that. He knew he had to do something about it because of the problem that we're having, but he wanted the right time to do it.
But let's take a look at some decisions taken in the past. When we had President Olusegun Obasanjo in charge, there were some far-reaching decisions he took, which many years later, people are still condemning. Some said because he was able to take that because he had a military background. The DOD massacre, the IBM. Now, the case of President Bola Tinubu, when it comes to some issues coping, being able not to take that kind of decision, people have been saying probably makes him a weaker leader. What do you think about that? Do you
No,
think
it's not a...
do you think the decision taken by President Obasanjo back then is the right decision, and any successive government should have taken that kind of decision when it comes to insurgency?
Maybe I should correct one. There was no massacre in Odi.
Okay.
The appropriate action was taken against those people that were very unruly. And don't forget that General Theophilus Danjuma was the Minister of Defense. So you see, he knew what to do. He had to know, he knows how to translate the civilian request to military power because it's in the military. You know, for instance, he had the courage of telling the president the truth, and he will have the authority of telling the military the truth. You get what I'm talking about? Yeah. So there's this balancing. So he has to take such actions. And President Tinubu, well, he's coming from a political background, and he has to be gradual. He has to be gradual so that they will not think he's trying to be authoritarian. So it's a gradual step. Now it has gotten to the tip now that he has to take precise decision, and he's taking the right step, because this officer just left his field. He has not been polarized. He has not been he has not been influenced. He's non-partisan. So whenever the president tells him, this is what I think, it's either he advises the president rightly, and he tells him, he translates it to what the president, to the military, what the president wants. They will not go and give him nonsense. You tell them, my friend, I know what is actually happening. This is what I want. And he gives them directive. This is how the president wants it. So there is no partisan. He doesn't have any ambition. There's no ulterior ambition. And maybe I want to be the governor tomorrow. No, no, no. It takes the action in a very smart and logical manner.
Now let's talk about the way Nigerians see Christopher Danjuma. A lot of Nigerians don't like him. We've seen him talk in so many fora, and we're like impressed that this man seems to be knowledgeable. But away from the facade, let's come to the nitty-gritty. There were some rumors about Ronald Tenor. There were even, though it's not confirmed, a purported coup that transpired, though we didn't get to see the light of the day. That beside this facade, does he have what it takes to be able to lead a complex nation when it comes to that defense as it is right now?
He's not leading a nation. He's acting on behalf of the presidency. Yeah. And the problem today is the challenges we have about banditry and insurgency. And he has commanded the theater where the insurgency is so rife. He has gone to multinational joint task force. So he has what it takes. And he's super intelligent. And let me tell you, in the armed forces, we are very knowledgeable. I'll tell you that. I just want to be modest. I have a PhD. And a lot of officers too are trained when it comes to military ideas and military technology. So it's just a training in us. And you cannot rise to that rank of a general without actually, knowing what you have to do as a combatant officer. So I think he has everything. I'm sure, I don't have doubt about his capabilities. I'm very sure of that.
Okay. Now, let me take you back to memory lane. The former late president, head of state, let me put it that way, once said something. We say when insurgency lasts for more than 2 days, that means government hands is involved. The current situation in Nigeria has lasted for almost 10 years. What do you think is happening? Is the government involved? You are just retired.
You see, General Abacha of blessed memory was ruling as a military leader. So he can be very decisive. In the political terrain, it's clumsy. It's not as easy as that. Yeah, when you persist for too long, there are people of high importance that could be involved. Yeah, and you have to use a lot of tact to ensure what you have to do and do it very right. To my large extent, from the social media, from my own feeling, I think some persons are complicit about the whole thing. And the government has to take precise decision and have to put his feet down.
How do we ensure that we rid the army, the police of complicit people? Because it's a major problem. Because no matter how we are trying to look at it, just like you said, some people are complicit. How do we rid this system of those?
Now, the head of this parastatals, the services and the police, they are now, so they are going to put an internal mechanism to get these people out. I will not say what I think they should do now, because by saying that, other people know that there are a lot of tricks to doing it. They are smart officers. Now the public is aware that there are some moles around them, so they will know what to do. I can show you that.
Now let's take a look at our military power, the ammunitions that we have. A lot of people have said we don't have sophisticated ammunition. We don't have what it takes to tackle the bandit, we have obsolete equipment. You have served in the field. Do you think the equipment we have are obsolete? Not enough to tackle what is facing us?
Everything is procedural. You know, like everybody said, we are initially not trained for asymmetric warfare.
Okay.
And our defense policy was not tilted towards asymmetric warfare.
Break that down for us.
Okay. Defense policy, it's a written document that tells you how to, tells you how to employ the armed forces to actually curtailing some problems in the country. Now, a military man is coming. He's going to adjust the defense policy accordingly to what is happening. You know, usually we were trained with respect to conventional war. Okay. That is a country fighting and that country trying to invade you. Then there are standards to such things. You have the section in the military, you have the platoon, you have the battalion, and they are equipped with all classifications because of a conventional war. Now it's a symmetrical war. I'm so sure what they do. It's not because he has the defense council. He's going to ensure that he fine-tunes the defense policy such that what is necessary to fight the asymmetric warfare, we will fight it. Everything that's being procured that is not necessary for this warfare, we will not procure it. You procure what is actually necessary. So we don't have inferior weapons. That's the truth.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Let me give you an instance. Okay. You have an anti-aircraft weapon, for instance, to fire the aircraft down. That is about minimum of about 8,000 meters, right? Now somebody is now using it on the direct road, fighting human beings now. Now he knows that is what these people do. He's going to make sure that our troops, the minimum weapon we carry, will be able to counter what they carry. So it's a very good thing. It's a very fantastic thing. But if somebody was not knowledgeable about the military doctrine, he will not understand that he has to tweak something to ensure the soldiers get what they have to get.
So with what we have right now, do you think we have what it takes to counter, to be able to deal with these injustices? Do you think we have what it takes?
My dear, we have it. I was in Liberia, I was in Sierra Leone, I know what I was talking about. It's just, what is what you did? This is just the tonic we need in the whole thing.
Because the confidence of Nigerians seems to be ebbing. Because you talked about Liberia. You know, I've seen videos of Nigerians when they were in Liberia, how the respect they have for Nigerian soldiers. But it seems we are gradually losing that. We are battling to tackle this thing within our home, not to talk of even going outside the shores of this country.
We are not battling.
Yeah.
Let me give you the instance. Okay, what is happening in Guinea-Bissau? We have a ECOWAS standby force there now, stabilizing force. The Nigerian heads it. Yeah, the Nigerian troops are there. And that's why the presidency could say they want to give asylum to the opposition leader and it's go to the Nigerian embassy. Because of what we have. Our national power is there. The unfortunate thing is that there's complexity here. Religion-wise, regional-wise. If you catch somebody and it's dealt with, somebody tells you he's a Christian, he's a Muslim and things like that. Imagine if somebody, with due respect, I have to make reference to Sheikh Gumi. He's coming to say the terrorists are their kids and kin. And he has a child in the army. It doesn't make sense. Is he supposed to come out and say such things? It's discouraging. But, you know, the presidency has to be careful because if he tackles it the way the Nigerians want it, they will say, no, you have to be put beyond reasonable doubt that these are intents. So it's a gradual thing. It's just a gradual thing. I love the way the presidency is handling the whole situation. But I can assure you, with this appointment, a lot of things will change.
You just talked about Sheikh Gumi, and a lot of Nigerians think that man should have been dealt with. That he's talking too much. Do you think we have handled the issue about Sheikh Gumi the proper way?
Yeah, you know, this is democracy. And democracy is the rule of law. And I think they know what they are doing. The DGDSS is very competent. They know what they are doing. At the point in time, I think they will clear it down. They will know what they have to do.
Interesting right there. We've been talking with Brigadier General Aro Peters, retired, and on issue concerning the recent Security Act decision taken by federal government and the way forward for Nigeria. And now, look with what the decisions that have been taken by federal government right now, and with the issues that we have, the Christian genocide, because we've been accused about the government being complicit in genocide in Nigeria. So a lot of people do not agree with that. I feel that there are so many things that are also happening when it comes to that. And you talk about the complexity of decision when it comes to decision taking. Somebody said something, that we need a madman to rule Nigeria. Do you agree with that? Because you just talked about some of the challenges you face when it comes to decision taking, that you need a madman to rule Nigeria.
I think that's not an appropriate word.
Okay.
Because you can't be insane to be a democratic leader. that will actually go against you because they will not say they will say they don't have the mental stability to rule Nigeria. We just need a decision like this so that they can be decisive. I understand where the president is coming from, and if you understand some people, you know, when opposition, I'm not partisan, but I can see that why is the coincidence just like what happened to Jonathan, President Jonathan, towards the end of his tenure, they start bringing a lot of problems. The president understands the gimmick and everything, and there are some inordinate ambition of some people that are with him that he believes that he has to pull them out, and somebody that is not partisan to come in to take right decisions. I think with this, everything will be solved. I can tell you, I can assure you that.
This inordinate ambition that you mentioned has been happening. You just mentioned Goodluck Jonathan experiencing this. All of a sudden, kids have been kidnapped in one place or the other. There's like his velocity, his political system, and also this new appointment. Christopher Danjuma said something about fencing our border. That it will help to curtail this thing. Do you think that is one of the solutions we need?
No, I think let me address the first one you talked about, kidnapping, and I think it is now business. And you see, when you have too many places that are ungoverned or governed spaces, I think I have to blame the governors too, and the local government chairman. If they make governance visible in this place, it will not be ungoverned. People will not have the confidence of taking there and using that as a place for hostage taking. So the governors too, they have to up their game. Yeah, they have to up their game because there are some areas that are left ungoverned. Nobody goes to inspect, nobody does anything, nobody's in farming. The plantation we had in those days have been abandoned. The government will find a way of trying to penetrate these places. And if they cannot, let them use the forest guards. Because before even the government approved the forest guard, there have been some forest guard that has been existing. Let them use them, put them there, let them find a way of occupying that area. If that place is not occupied, nobody gets in there. That's the truth. Nobody gets in there. You see, we can't leave everything for the federal government. The state has to do its own thing. Some states have some militia, or will I say, some state security apparatus. Yeah, they can use that to occupy those places and do what they have to do needful. And every time everybody comes to brief them about the state of affairs in the forest areas, these things won't happen. That's the one. The aspect of, he has this idea by saying that we should fence. Even when you fence, somebody can break in and come in, thereabout. But you have to use, we can complement such fencing with ICT, thereabout. So that when there's a breach, there's what they call virtual fencing. When there's a breach, automatically it brings a signal. And they can see who is breaching and things like that. You get a rapid response person to do something about that. That is where the Minister of Interior now comes to play. Because he has to coordinate the immigration. He can coordinate immigration and civil defense and everything so that they can actually be contiguous to the armed forces and the police.
Interesting right there. You said something, the Minister of Interior, I know he's also being a vanguard of asking for our borders to be fenced. He's also being, and there was a time I also went to the Ministry of Interior before this present minister came, and they showed some of the security architecture that they can be able to monitor some parts of the Nigerian border right from here in Abuja. But how come we've not been able to put those things into use when it comes to protecting the country?
There's one thing to monitor, there is the next thing to take action. You monitor, then you put a rapid response force somewhere. It doesn't have to be the army.
Okay.
Just like we have the Marine in the French Francophone countries. The forest guards can take action. The immigration can take action. The army can now come in to support them thereabout. So, with what is happening now, the presidency will know the word of Musa because he's going to call the presidency and talk his mind and wherever he gets it, because he's just an advisor to the president and he translates his civilian ideas to the military idea. All those unnecessary procurements will no longer be there. What can be used to fight the war will be procured. I can assure you of that.
Okay. And before I let you go, one other area definitely also want you to talk more about the fact that the South understand what is happening in the South. We talked about the kind of the IPOB, but I think it's more than that. What is happening in the Southeast?
I think the president has to call the Southeast governors and the elders and the traditional leaders and tell them and divided and tell them that when you make your porous and vulnerable, you will pay the repercussion. Your children get on board, will pay the repercussion. That is why I'm repeating what is happening. Source of livelihood. You know, the economy is not as easy as you think. It's difficult. I mean, with this kind of terrible economy, and somebody now sees a better opportunity of kidnapping and making money, it just takes it as a way of life, of livelihood. And let me tell you something. That one, there must be somebody sponsoring them because they need money to buy these arms and ammunition. They need somebody to bring them in. And it gives them that kind of thing. Go and do this for me. Give me a piece. I think so. That's what I'm thinking. I don't have a particular proof to that. But people have to find a way of ensuring that governance is felt in everywhere in the state.
And lastly, before I let you go, the government wants to do a massive recruitment into the Nigerian security apparatus. Do you think the confidence is high among Nigerians? Do you think Nigeria can say, let my children go into the army, let them go into police?
Yeah, I think there has to be a way of remunerations and encouraging people to come there. This is for the future. You cannot include them and deploy them immediately for the future, but there has to be a welfare package that will encourage people to come. Because without a welfare package, nobody will just take it as something that's not. Nobody will want to send aside to die. So thereabouts. So the government has. It's a needed thing. It's needed. If you look at the number of our population, about 250 million, and we have about 300,000 armed forces, it doesn't really make sense thereabouts. So it has to happen, but government has to find a way of trying to encouraging them.
I must say big thank you to you, Brigadier General Aro Peters, retired, for joining us this morning and giving us insight into it. And I just hope that in the coming days, we can be able to also share that enthusiastic spirit of yours when it comes to the appointment of Christopher Danjuma as the Minister of Defense. And hopefully, some of the things that you have in your head, it can really be able to actualize it. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us this morning. So that's going to be the size of the package from the Abuja Network Studio. I will link up with our Abuja Lagos Network Studio as the conversation on This Morning on ITV continues.
That the Defense Minister Mohammed Badaro Abubakar a former regional governor, stepped down as defense minister, citing health reasons. I mean, health is important, he said. That is the reason why he is resigned from the position. And Bola Ahmed Tinubu, our president, has nominated a new defense Minister General Christopher Musa amid rising insecurity in Nigeria, kidnapping, banditry, violent attack across the country. And also at the same time, the debate over creating state policing has intensified with governance and civil society demanding more localized security solutions if it will help. Today, we ask the tough questions rather. Can new leadership and state, Dr. Victor Ohai, today, can new leadership and state level policing turn the tide against insecurity in Nigeria? What do you think?
Of itself and by itself, new leadership may not just be enough. And I'll tell you why. While that is good, remember the buck doesn't stop with the new leaders. The buck stops with the commander-in-chief. You know, so there has to be a willingness from the very top. Everyone reads their body language from the president. Okay? And so if the president says, stop the criminals, but okay, let me use the past president, for instance. A man like Buhari, bless his soul. He was double speaking. Stop the criminals, but his body language did say, don't touch my kinsmen, the Fulani men, where, you know, the herdsmen. So what can you do? Because you know that these are the aggressors, you know, not every Fulani man, I want that clear. I'm just saying those ones, the bandits who have been attacking and sacking villages. And then, you know, you want to go and he says to you, and he looks at, you know, in Nigeria, we know how to cut eye, as they say. So, you say, go after them and you say, hey, Oga, there are people in the bushes here. This way. That's enough. You understand what I'm saying? So, if the president, and I don't think he has a choice now anyway, because there's a marching order from Trump. And it's not just about Nigeria's president. Let's not pretend. Even the presidents of the biggest nations in the world are scared of America. So let's not pretend and talk about sovereignty here. They can de-sovereignize us if there's any language like that. If they want to scatter your country, they will scatter it. Nothing you can do, make noise. They will destroy your country. They've done it in Libya. Libya was a very stable and very rich country. They did it successfully. They did it in Iraq. Today there's hardly a Somalia. You know, there are so many countries that if they want to, they will. So let us stop pretending. They have the power, the capability to do it. And so the president does not even have a choice. He has been given marching orders. Stop the genocide. Okay? For me, I use the word genocide. I'm not using the word Christian because every life, I will keep repeating, matters. Okay. You know? And so in appointing new service chiefs, I see some hope. I mean, not just service chiefs, I mean the new leadership, so to say. I see hope. Because the two people who were manning the defense ministry before are alleged to be sympathizers with the terrorists, you know. So they are alleged to be compromised. Even their own state governors, current state governors, are accusing them, you know, are alleging that they were sponsors of bandits and all that, you know. So if that be the case, it will then be good riddance to rubbish. And I'm told that it's the Americans that insisted that they must be removed immediately. It's one down, one more to go. Okay? And I'm hoping that the Minister of State, Matawale, also leaves as quickly as possible. Let's have a clean slate. So we'll talk about new leadership in that sector. And the new leader, how he came about, fortunately, we saw in the newspaper reports today, is that the service chiefs were asked to nominate, you know, one for the defense ministry. And they collectively, unanimously, nominated him. And what does that say? That was a man who was doing the job. But probably, you know, it's like somebody's running, just you put your leg and it stumbles and falls. This probably the people who have been removed now were the ones, or the person who has been removed now. I hope the second one is removed also, and I say so without any fear of contradiction or whatever, you know, they were the ones probably holding back his hands. And I think they may have, the reason he was removed may not have been because the president really wanted to, but he may have been, they may have, impressed the president to remove him because he was acting, he was doing the job. And he has every reason anyway to rout out these bandits. And you know why? Because he comes from, he is from Kaduna State, from those areas that are prone to banditry and villages that are being sacked, whole communities being sacked and wiped out. He's from those areas. And so it will be foolhardy of him not to go after these bandits, after these terrorists, and after these criminals, you know. So now he's in a position. So I think as long as the commander-in-chief on whose table the buck stops backs him up, then there will be food for the rest of us. So it is very, very important that we have a state of security, safety, so that we can practice and we can feed and we can run our businesses normally.
I mean, the issue of insecurity is a major problem in Nigeria, and it needs to be tackled. Because yesterday we saw in Edo State, Epoma, where 3 persons were adopted. And also some persons that are traveling, you know, kidnapping, couple of videos on the internet, kidnappers and all of that. I mean, I know that the president has, announced state of emergency and all of that. And let's talk about state policing. Let's talk about state policing. Do you think state policing will help at this point?
I think it would. Let me be honest with you. I'm from Fuga, or call it Fuga City, in Edo State, proudly so. But I can't go back home now. Not because Fuga is not safe, but because between Benin, where the airport is, and Fuga, you just talked about airport, I have to pass through that place.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, the roads are bad, and then there are kidnappings along the way. Bro, if we had a spare life, it's okay. But when you don't have a spare life, you don't want to gamble with the only one you have. Whereas flying is no longer an option, but at the same time, there are places where I can't afford a helicopter. You understand what I'm saying? At least not now. Maybe sometime in the future, and I hope to. And anybody who doesn't like it, they're too bad for them. But when I can afford a helicopter, then I can go straight to my village, you know, go over. But should it be like that? Why should some people be able to have the privilege of using helicopters and then others will be subjected to bad roads and insecurity along the way? That's not an option. The roads should be good enough for every one of us to use. It should be safe enough for every one of us to use. But that is not the present state of things.
I mean, when I saw...
So in talking about state police, just to be able to speak to that, I think it will be very important because you know why? With the state police, you have locals who are hired. The vigilant people who are, as you call them, vigilantes, you know, who are now manning the bushes and all that, will be empowered. They will be employed properly.
Okay.
They will be armed legally. They will force, you know, under the protection of the law. They will have full license to go after criminals in the bushes. You know, they know the area. But right now, you can't be going with sticks and cudgels. You cannot be going when you are not, you know, it's like you are not empowered. But by then, by Jove, these guys will be routed out. I welcome it wholeheartedly with my chest.
There are also, let's talk about, there are also some persons coming out on the internet saying, why do governments not just legalize, guns for citizens, everyone, so at least we'll be able to defend ourselves?
The reason for that is because people have lost confidence in government. Not every country allows. Okay, in the UK, you don't have, you are not allowed to carry guns, like, or even in Germany, I'm using other advanced economies. But because there is a country, there is, what do you call it now? There is a government that is able to protect its people. When you call the police, they respond immediately. Okay? If a criminal commits an offense, the whole apparatchiks of state will be out on the streets going after that one person. America is a different kettle of fish altogether. Those guys love their guns, But if you allow that in Nigeria, there's enough madness here.
People will misuse it.
I think so, to a large extent. If the police do their job, if government protects citizens, we may not need it. But if they don't, then obviously, at the end of the day, people may have to arm themselves to protect themselves. Because we're already doing self-government everywhere. We provide boreholes, provide water for ourselves. You see generators everywhere. We're providing power for ourselves. Many people have to tar their streets themselves. So self-government has been on, and I don't see why not in the area of security as well.
And Dr. Victor, there are a lot of speculations talking about the defense minister that just resigned. Of course, they said health issues, that because of health issues, and a lot of persons are saying, are we sure it's because of his health? Health is important. If he's not fine, it's his body, right? He knows he's not fine. He would want to take care of himself and step down. A lot of persons are saying, is it because of the insecurity issue? The president declaring state of emergency, that with the security personnel, they need to put in work at this point. Is that the reason why he resigned? Or eventually, or probably because he's really not feeling well, according to him, his health?
In a saner climb, where a person has shame and dignity, nobody needs to tell the Minister of Defense to resign. It's a failure. Under your watch, 200 and something school kids are kidnapped. Another set of students are kidnapped. These things are happening every day. Is that not enough for anybody to resign, if you have any shame at all? That's a sign of failure already.
So you don't think it's his health?
Health what? What is not healthy is the state of Nigerian security. So if he resigns on the ground, I think it's just safe landing, just to save face. I'm sure they must have drafted a resignation letter for him and say, just put him at your there. We'll let you go. But whether or not, you can use any name for it. We have seen recent examples. When they wanted to change the chairman of APC, Ganduje, you think he was happy to leave? They just say, okay, just come out, sign, say na health, and we will allow you go. And so health is now a good reason. It's okay. Let them go and take care of their health. It's whatever it is. They say, how do they put it? There's a proverb. You can eat yam because of oil, or oil because of yam. The important thing is that you have eaten yam and oil. So whether you call it health or whether you call it whatever, the important thing is good riddance to bad rubbish. He should have left long before now.
So you think this new defense minister that has been nominated, you think he would do better?
I will always go back to what I've always said. The president and commander-in-chief willing. Okay? So, but I think that he doesn't even have a choice. He will perform. The American a mandate or an ultimatum. The president does not have a choice. Neither does the defense minister. The criminals will have to find a new territory, not Nigerian territory anymore.
Oh, okay. I want us to talk about how important is military experience versus political leadership in handling national security.
Okay, so the military are trained for war, to fight. Okay, the people they are confronting are also fighters.
Okay.
Quote unquote, excuse my language, but bloody civilians don't understand war. If you understand what I'm saying. So when the military come and they are talking about what you call it, tactics and all the strategies that they want to use, it may be beyond the civilian. And not only that, see, as a Minister of Defense, if you are, when the service chiefs come and say, sir, we need this, we need that, you cannot come and lie to a military defense minister, because he would know. When you come, you say, we need money for this. In my business, in the other area where I practice, we talk about selling color bars. That's like selling things to the ignorant. When you're not ignorant, they come and say to you, we need so much million in the theater of war, there's problem here, this, that, we need money for this. The guy will say, what exactly are you talking about? But for a civilian, he's like, really? So they say if we don't do this, this will happen. You can't do that to a military Minister of Defense. He knows.
Because he has ideas.
Not just idea. The guy is, within 30 days, he left in less than a month and a half. He was already back. So, so he's very current. Very, very current. He knows what the situation is right now. Because it's barely 30 days of his living.
Yeah.
He knows what the situation is everywhere. He's on top of it. The only difference is that now he's in a position to take policy decisions. He was not in the past. In the past, he was only to implement as Chief of Defense Staff. But right now, he's in the policy making position where he now decides what policies should go. When you call, it's okay, this we have to do, this we have to do. He now knows, he can tell them, and he has the respect of these people. I don't know if the former Minister of Defense had respect. The military just look at it and say, you don't know what we're talking about. You can't say that about the new man. That's the difference.
You have confidence in this new person?
I do have, and I think the president does. The defense chiefs have. So who am I? They dominated him. So who am I not to have confidence in him?
So we just hope and pray that things get better at this point.
Beyond hoping and praying, we know that things will get better. I give you reasons. Trump has spoken. The president has no choice. I keep saying it, even with glee. Before now, they were playing politics with it. They don't have a choice now. They don't have a choice. You understand? So I'm very happy with that. So Trump has spoken. The president has no choice. And Daniel has come to judgment. So I'm sure that something will happen.
So Dr. Victor, I want us to talk. There's this speculation alleged that some politicians, some government officials are working with, sponsoring this bandits. What would you have to say about that?
It's obvious now, it's clear now. We've been hearing these things all the time. We've been hearing it all the time. People have told us, and we are hearing it all the time. And when you see a man like Gumi moving up and down, nobody is arresting him. You think if Gumi was an Igbo man or somewhere from the south, he would be walking the streets free? He will still have his head on his shoulders? Obviously not. Some people are more powerful than the state. Gumi is one of them. That is the other president we have in Nigeria.
No, we have just one president.
Excuse me. I withdraw that. I'm sorry about that.
It's okay.
You have spoken well. Yeah, but but yes, Gumi should not be walking the streets free, strutting about like he's some untouchable, But that's not just him. There's so many others like that. You keep hearing them say, we know who these criminals are. We know where these criminals are. What does that mean? Is that not being accessory after the fact? Me as a bloody civilian now, I tell you I know where the armed robbers are. I know who the armed robbers are. The police will not let me go free.
Sure.
They will come after me. They'll say, oh, So the people that did this. If you witness a murder, you saw it and you know who is responsible and you keep quiet, you're an accessory after the fact. That's what it is in law. And we see people openly saying they know who these people are. And they are going to talk to them. They are saying, so there are people complicit, obviously, in government.
Yeah, a lot of persons agree with the fact that they are negotiating with these bandits. Like, how can you be negotiating with bandits?
It just tells you the bandits are more powerful. You don't negotiate with anybody that if you are stronger than somebody, you simply give them marching orders. Or in the case of criminals, you rout them out. But when you negotiate, it means I beg, make we talk. It means you're afraid of them. It means they have defeated you. Let us admit it. There's a failure. Okay? And it means the bandits are stronger. That's why we're negotiating. Otherwise, why would we negotiate with terrorists? For what?
So now that we have a new defense minister, do we still need the U.S. to come help us?
Yes, sir. we need that oversight. Because before now, we were not doing what we were supposed to do. I keep saying it because the buck stops at the president's desk. Before now, it didn't matter to him so much. Now you can see all the things that are happening. Why did he have to take the American president? So if he takes the American president for him to continue to do the right thing, I keep saying that the best thing to happen to this administration is Trump's tweet. Because otherwise things would have just continued and it will make the president more and more unpopular. But now he can begin to take steps that will make him popular and strengthen him. So he should be thanking Trump for what happened.
So what lesson, Dr. Victor, from past security initiative can Nigeria apply to ensure real impact this time?
What? Come again?
I said, what lesson, from the past security initiative can Nigeria apply to ensure real impact this time?
I don't think there's anything to learn from the past. This new mandate that Trump has given us, we should grab it with all our hands and use it. Because if we were to rely on the past, we failed in the past. We couldn't nail this for well over 15 or almost 20 years. We've been fighting terrorists. So there's nothing to learn from the past. If anything to learn is to say not to do it the way we've been doing it before. We have to do things differently now. Okay? And we have to confront these people frontally. Wipe them out. Because they are killing people every day. You cannot be negotiating with terrorists. So if there's anything to be learned at all, it is to say, do not negotiate with them. Go after them to a point where they start begging. They'll be the ones to be saying, please, let's negotiate. Not for us to say we want to negotiate with them. They should be the ones begging and saying, please, let's talk peace. Let's put them in a position where they'll go on their knees and say, okay, no, please, enough. Let us, okay, we are ready to surrender. Let us make peace. Now we're the ones saying, please, we want to negotiate. Let's talk peace. Let's reverse it.
We saw a statement of the former president of Nigeria, Obasanjo, where he said that insecurity did not just start now, even during his time that they've been insecurity.
But he was curtailed. He curtailed it very effectively. Did you feel any form of insecurity at the time? It wasn't as bad as this.
Yeah,
but when you condone, you're playing politics with criminals, even criminals in the administration who are backing this, what do you expect? So fifth column is that, Jonathan talked about. He said there were enemies within his own government. If you know them and you are negotiating, because you want a second term, you are busy petting them, what do you expect? That's what government should not do. Don't negotiate with them. Deal with them and remove them. And if you have identified them, they talked about known sponsors of terrorism. The names I saw now, I didn't see any of the names that I expected. They're just putting people in bureau de change, probably because they're exchanging money and all that. The real criminals have not been touched. They appear to be untouchable. Until we begin to go after them, things might remain the same. So if there are any lessons we learned, it's to do things differently.
We need to do things differently in Nigeria.
Yes.
Okay, with all this insecurity problem, all these insecurity issues or wahala, let me use that word, that we've been seeing currently, do you think our President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, will still stand a chance for 2027 election?
It's in his hands. It's in his hands. He can do right by the people in the time left. Let him cooperate with Trump. And empower Musa to go after these criminals and terrorists. If he does that, if he can just solve that alone, economic prosperity is given. Because where there is security, the economy will thrive. And when the economy thrives, people will be happy with him. He doesn't even need to rig. People will vote for him. But if that does not happen, I don't know.
I mean, to tell you how worse the issue of insecurity is, people in diaspora, I mean Nigerians abroad, they're even scared to come home this
Me that
Christmas.
I'm here, you mean that I'm here, do I have the confidence to go to my village? I just told you I don't have to go. Not because my village is okay. Very okay. We have a very good security service in my area. But between the airport and the village, that's where the problem is. Bad roads. You can't even escape because the roads are bad. So if they come after you, you can't even run because the roads are bad. Okay? So bad roads and the insecurity along the corridor. So who wants to risk his life? I don't have a spare life.
Everybody is scared, and we just hope and pray
so
that
the diasporans won't even come.
Get better because they've been saying it. A lot of persons, they are scared.
Yes.
Even from Lagos to Benin to even within the states, they are still scared.
Those who will stay in Benin is okay. You just fly from Lagos
to Benin
and then stay within the confines of Benin.
Dr. Victor,
but should it be like that?
But Dr. Victor, it's not everybody that even have the money to fly. And people want to.
Have you heard what the flights are this December? They are going north of 300,000 for. I mean, just even one-way tickets. It's crazy.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, this point that the insecurity
and even that is still cheaper than ransom, as they say.
Yeah. I overheard somebody. She was like, "It's better. I take flights even though it's expensive. I mean, it's better. It's okay for me.
It's cheap compared to ransom.
Yeah, paying 50 million, 30 million.
Exactly.
I mean, let me just take the flight.
Yes, and you are not even guaranteed to come home after paying that money. You see many who are paid and still died,
that's really,
and they're still killed. So
that's really sad.
So it's pathetic. It's sad. Very pathetic.
That's really sad. Some persons, they're like, even though we even have the money to book flights, what about the persons that cannot book flights? I would advise at this point the Nigerians, I mean, stay where you are, don't travel, I know some persons want to travel for Christmas and all of that, but with the way the issue of insecurity is in Nigeria, it is a major problem. Just try to stay where you are. My mom called me. She was like, please don't come home. I said, I can't even come. I mean, because of work. Yes. She's scared. Everybody is scared. The people that they kidnapped in Epoma, they were actually in their house. These bandits went to meet them in their house. Look at that. And the other person that escaped said when he saw them that he jumped through the back fence. That was how he escaped. And some persons, they were able to, they kidnapped them in their houses. You're not even safe in your house. So the one that happened in Iowa in Benin City. I mean, people are scared. And this bandit, they don't even call small money. They kidnap somebody and they are calling 50 million, 30 million for people. Yes, most of these persons, they can't even feed.
Yeah, because they're getting it. Life is worthless to them right now. They don't care.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Victor Ohai, for your time.
Thank you for
Thank you for helping us analyze today's topic on insecurity. And we pray and hope that the new defense minister would, do a better job to help curb insecurity in Nigeria, because it has been a major problem. And we Nigerians, what the people want, we want a lasting solution. Thank you all our viewers for joining Lagos Network Studio this beautiful morning on CMI. I am Marcelina Umko. Do stay as we hand over to Benin for the continuation.
This is how we end the program today, this morning on ITV. Until same time tomorrow on the same program. My name is Evan Sunohugi. Goodbye and God bless you.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
And you're welcome to our program African Discourse on Independent Television. My name is Evan Sunokuge. Today on the program we're going to be following what happened a few days ago in Guinea-Bissau, and of course how world leaders have reacted and still reacting to the issue. We're talking about the coup that has ousted the president there, talking about Embalo. And we also understand that our former president Goodluck Jonathan was in Guinea-Bissau, and he had to be weeks away, back to Nigeria, and that's just it. So we're going to be following the very last statement now that the former president Goodluck Jonathan has said, because he has believed that that coup was actually staged, for Embalo to avoid a kind of an embarrassment, because he knew that he was going to be losing the election. And from the way the whole thing, played out, I mean, there's no way there can be a coup and a sitting president announcing that, there was a coup. So, I mean, the coup that most persons are used to, the sitting president won't even be there. He won't be the one to announce it, but except the military junta guys that, takes over such a situation. Well, that's one argument on one hand, and on the other hand, we're also going to be looking at what seems to have crept into the political space in Africa, in governance in Africa, whereby military junta boys have, seems to be creeping in gradually into the governance space in Africa. The last we saw of it was what happened in Burkina Faso, against the backdrop that seems to have be receiving some form of accolades because it looks as if that the Burkinabes are, comfortable with the military junta as headed by Traoré in Burkina Faso. Anyway, to look at all this today, we are so privileged to have a foremost educator and of course a public affairs analyst and affairs analyst. When it comes to political issues too, he doesn't hold back to also express his own minds so that he can also let the world know what is actually going on as far as issues are concerned. Please join me to welcome the very erudite Mr. Peter Okungbowa on the program today. Mr. Peter, you're welcome to the program African Discourse.
Thank you, Evans.
Yeah. And compliments of the season. Merry Christmas in advance.
First day of December. Thank you.
All right. Now, so let's just, start from some of the reactions, like what I said a while ago, that world leaders are already making reactions to what happened in Guinea-Bissau recently. Now, ex-President Goodluck Jonathan led the West African Elders Forum election observation mission to monitor the election in Guinea-Bissau. And of course, the Nigeria's former President Goodluck Jonathan has alleged that President Umaru Embalo staged the military coup in Guinea-Bissau to avoid losing a presidential election. And Mr. Jonathan said the military takeover was a ceremonial coup and demanded that the election results be announced. Then the former president led the West African Elders Forum election observation mission to monitor Guinea-Bissau's presidential and legislative elections held last on Sunday. And he returned to Nigeria on Thursday after being evacuated from Guinea-Bissau following a military takeover. And we understand that he has also spoken to journalists to that effect, and he has said that he would not categorize the incidents in the country as a conventional coup. Just like what I said a while ago, that the conventional coup that most persons are used to is a situation whereby the ousted president is not even, in most times, is kept under house arrest. But in the case of Guinea-Bissau, we saw that Embalo was the one that was making the announcement. So Goodluck Jonathan has said that what happened in Guinea-Bissau is not a conventional coup, and he has alleged that the event was staged to derail the announcement of the election results, and he has stated that no military leader would allow the ousted president to communicate with the media while being held in custody. Then Mr. Jonathan noted that President Umaru Embalo swift declaration that he had been arrested despite freely speaking to international media on his phone cast doubts on the possibility of the claim. What happened in Guinea-Bissau is quite disturbing to me. That's former President Goodluck Jonathan now as a person, and to also other observers around the world. So that's just you know, what the situations are, and of course the reactions to as far as that coup is concerned. Anyways, Mr. Peter Okungbowa, you're welcome one more time. Now you can see the reactions and counter reactions that seems to be trailing what happened in Guinea-Bissau, you know, a few days ago. Now, what is your submission? How would you want to describe the alleged coup in Guinea-Bissau?
There are those who might say that this is nothing but a conspiracy theory to advance some distractions among the citizens of Guinea-Bissau, so that other things can take the front burner of political discourse, distractions here and there, as it were, away from what should be the natural discussion there now, which is the next person who's taking over the reins of power, as it were. I want to ask that the African leaders, as we have them, always have one or two schemes up their sleeves. This is by no means something that happened by the machination of the military. This sounds, in all its intent and purpose, this sounds more like an organized coup, wherein that the possibility of losing the elections there, these trappings and indicators have said that the elections is going to be lost by the incumbent President Embalo. And like you have noted, if the military want to strike, it's always more often than not by brutal force. In exceptional cases, like in the case of IBB that was termed the palace coup, there are still indications that the military came in themselves not motivated by any factor. In this case, I'll say that the coming weeks, the coming days, the coming months would vindicate the conspiracy theorists if they are right that this coup was stage managed by Embalo, or that this coup has taken its natural course. And in any case, if this coup has taken a natural course, it will simply be that the coups in Africa, the African countries before this Guinea-Bissau coup is more or less like an invitation to the military boys to take over the reins of power. I recall very recently when talks about returning to democratic rule came up in Burkina Faso, where Ibrahim Traoré is head of state. And the citizens overwhelmingly voted against the idea of going back to military rule, as opposed to they voted against going back to civilian rule and adopted the continuation of Ibrahim Traoré. What does that tell you? If you look at Nigeria, for example, some would argue that all the major achievements that of the Nigerian state were done under the military, and the facts are there. And you see Ibrahim Traoré delivering to the people of Burkina Faso the dividends of democracy. So what if this coup in Guinea-Bissau is actually not as opined by the conspiracy theorists, that it was an escape or a way of holding power by proxy by the ousted president, or rather that this coup has been genuinely motivated by incidents and factors that are looking at throwing the country into disharmony if the military will not come in. The military will always adduce reasons for coming in. In the case of the January 15, 1966 coup of Nigeria, there was a well-tabulated reason why the military struck. In this case, are there reasons for the military to have come in? This is where I want to take a lean back from the position of the ex-president Jonathan as an election observer. Are there reasons for the military to take over? Is it that if they don't take over, there will be casualties, as well as there will be untold pain and death on the people of Guinea-Bissau, owing to the fact that the election is obviously looking like it's going to be manipulated, and there's going to be a grandstanding, and there's going to be a resistance. A situation where you now have the one who supposedly won being able to organize a militia to face the state will now call for nothing but a civil unrest. Might be to the military a very good reason to arrest power and to stabilize the nation. But let's also submit to the wisdom of ex-President Jonathan. As an election observer along the African continent, he's seen more than enough. He has heard more than enough. In fact, he was even there in Guinea-Bissau when the supposed coup took place. They had to whisk him away. The security apparatus had to whisk him away. So from the experience of a first-hand person who was there live, I want to say there might be merits in his position that this coup has been stage managed, and it's just another way of the ousted president continuing in power by proxy. This is very possible in its entirety. It's possible that he has a conviviality with a military with some certain military sect within the military armed forces who are willing and ready to do him the bidding of a continuation by proxy. So that's why I said the coming days, the coming weeks, the coming months will tell us whether the conspiracy theorists are right, or whether the position of the ex-president Jonathan as an election observer is correct, or if indeed the military was motivated by an array of factors to have taken over power in Guinea-Bissau.
All right, now some of the arguments that we follow is that because, you know, just like you are trying to opine, you know, very typical of African leaders, they have a way of always shifting the goalposts, you know, when they know that possibility of them losing the election. I mean, some of the arguments that have been making rounds, you know, concerning this coup in Guinea-Bissau is that Umaru Embalo had the opportunity. Let me say had now, because as we speak now, it's assumed that he has been ousted. He's somewhere in exile in Senegal as we speak now. Now, the argument is that he had the power to have shifted the election. Well, he is supposed to be handing over sometime in February next year, 2026, to whoever would have won this election. What I'm trying to say is that why would he plan the coup when he had the power of maybe trying to shift the election, or even you know, trying to organize a situation whereby no election was held at all? So don't you think if he knew that he was going to lose the election, he would have maybe extended the election?
The current and tides, politically speaking, in Guinea-Bissau as of today is best known by the citizens and the president and those who run the government of that state. He might have come to his notice that there's no how he's going to postpone the evil days. It's surely going to come. So there's no point in postponing the evil days when you could have a proxy arrangement to rule. In the African continent, we've seen African leaders who are close to dying still holding on to office, and by proxy, foreign powers are the one actually ruling those African countries. So this might be another way of holding on to power, knowing that the military has what it takes to really hold power, as it were. What is more, the recent insurgents in Africa is also indicating that military regimes seem to be a welcome development once more by citizens of countries that are not really delivering to the people the dividends of governance.
Really?
Oh, that was quite evident when the debate about returning to civil rule in Burkina Faso came up, and the citizens overwhelmingly said that Ibrahim Traoré should continue. Why would it? I just also give an example of most of the landmass achievements of Nigeria were done in the military. I'm not saying the military should come in, but I'm saying that the military always have reasons. There are always background that encourages the military to come in and take over power. For example, in the case of Guinea-Bissau as it stands today, the one cogent reason the military could have adduced for coming in, if they organically came in without being motivated, is simply that the country was about to be thrown into turmoil and civil unrest. And for them, this is the best way to arrest the situation. So it also now behooves on the Electoral Commission to go ahead and announce the results and expect that the army or the military should step down for whoever has won the election. The outcome of this whole process rests still on the president that has been ousted and the military that has been placed on ground. If the military actually have a plan to make sure civil unrest is curtailed, then it's simply that in the coming days, let us hope that they will allow the electoral body to announce the winner of the elections, and they allow swearing-in ceremonies and acknowledgement of whoever has won to be done. In which case, if it doesn't favor the president that has been removed from power just now, then we can now say that the military came in, indeed, to forestall any possible case of threat to peace and public safety. And as such, they've delivered on the position of the people, wherein the one who won the election by reason of the votes have been sworn in as president. Anything other than this, like I said, the coming days will also tell us if the president who has been removed from office is complicit in the army coming in. The days to come will also tell if the army perpetuate themselves in power and are refusing to deliver to the people the dividends of democracy, then it will be more than clear that they are playing to the gallery and they are dancing to the tune of the piper. In which case, much of this is yet to be heard, is yet to be seen. A lot rests on the institutions of state in Guinea-Bissau as we speak. So the investigation should go as fast. The Electoral Commission in Guinea-Bissau that was responsible for conducting this election, what is their body language as of today?
All right, now some of the information that we are following also is that the newly sworn in Armed Forces Chief of Staff in Guinea-Bissau, that's Thomas Njasi, is considered to be Mr. Embalo's ally. Oh. And also, while the Senegalese Prime Minister Kwat Mane Sanko has described the coup as a sham. Just like what we said a while ago, that world leaders are already, reacting to the coup and saying that that is actually not a coup. But away from that now, let us look at organizations, maybe umbrella organizations that are supposed to, AU, even the United Nations. United Nations has said that the coup is a sham, just the way ECOWAS has also said that the coup is also a sham. Then we also understand that African Union, AU, has also reacted to say that there's actually nothing like a coup in Guinea-Bissau. Now, but it is not just enough to say all that. The question that we ask is that in a continent whereby we have umbrella bodies such as the African Union, the Economic Community of West African States, and so many other blocs and all that, we have them highly domiciled in the continent, and we still have a situation whereby the military state takes over power from civilian governments in Africa. What does it tell us about politics in Africa?
Membership of these international organizations, as you have mentioned, is a limitation to the question of sovereignty, but it doesn't erode the place of sovereignty. So even the international community is aware there are boundaries when it comes to incursions and negotiations, as it were. But what is surprising at this moment is that the AU has not officially taken a position and have not officially advanced a course or a pathway to this. The AU, as a matter of urgency, should advance a pathway to recovery. Namely that if the AU believes that this election is a sham state managed by the ousted president, then they should mount pressure on the military that has taken over to announce the results and swear in whoever won the election. This goes to remind me of how Ibrahim Babangida was ousted of office. International organizations played major roles in him not continuing his administration. In fact, notable among the countries that mounted pressure on IBB to resign office was Canada. These international organizations who have begun to talk have begun to go on the path of the right way. But like what surprises me in most cases, why would the African people always wait for the West to take the lead as far as matters that concerns them? In this case, I should think that OPEC, I should think that the Commonwealth, I should think that the ECOWAS, I should think that the AU are taking the front burner in the narrative. If these locally domiciled organizations are mounting pressure, are asking questions, particularly since the ousted president is not dead, he's in Senegal, pay him a visit and gauge his body language and let him know where the Organization of African Union stands as far as the elections and the outcome of the elections is. But on this, much is yet to be said. It will seem as though that the organizations domiciled in Africa are inadvertently trying to be careful of this or stay aloof and allow whatever plays out in the event that it's a military coup. Because these same organizations have failed at the level of restoring countries in Africa who in recent time have gone back to military governance, back to civilian administration. For example, Mali. Another example is Burkina Faso. What has been the position of these domiciled organizations like you mentioned on this? And so you could also now tell that the influences of these organizations are quite limited as far as the sovereignty of the nation of the Guinea-Bissau is concerned. So until they do that, we will see that probably they're trying to respect international boundaries, in which case there are precedents to this in very recent time, why the AU, for example, the ECOWAS, for another example, OPEC, and Commonwealth, for another example, are standing aloof, hoping that this plays out like other countries in Africa in recent time have played out.
Okay. All right, so we quickly take a short pause now. Don't forget that the program is African Discourse on Independent Television. And our major focus this afternoon is to look at the intrigues that is, playing out. So that has played out as it relates to the coup that happened on Saturday in Guinea-Bissau. World leaders have been reacting And we have said that the United Nations has condemned the coup in entirety, even as former President Goodluck Jonathan has said that there was actually not a coup in Guinea-Bissau, that what played out was just a situation whereby the incumbent president, the ousted president now, Umaru Embalo, only just stage managed what seems to be a coup in Guinea-Bissau. So we'll take a short pause. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned. All right, thank you one more time. The program still African Discourse on your television, and our focus this afternoon is talking about the coup in Guinea-Bissau, whereby so many intrigues seems to have played out concerning the coup. A while ago, we were trying to look at the reactions that world leaders are giving to the coup. Then we also say that the United Nations has condemned the coup in its entirety. And just as Mr. Guterres, that's the Secretary General of United Nations now, condemned the coup, and he has said that it is an outright disregard of the will of the people who came out to vote for their leadership of choice just a few days before the coup. That was actually sent via his X handle, recently. Now, away from that now, let us look at, what we need to also pay attention to. I mean, just like what you said a while ago, that's why some are praising military junta, coming into political space in Africa. Others seems to not to be praising it, because from what is happening in Guinea-Bissau now, it appears that this military junta is not, gaining or getting acceptance. So why do you think the military rule is being hailed in somewhere like Burkina Faso, then why somewhere like Guinea-Bissau is not being, accepted? What do you think? What is the difference? I mean, military junta is military junta.
Because the people in the end are not stupid. In the case of Burkina Faso, the military incursion is seen as a rescue effort from the long years of decay and the long years of unrequited governance to the people. The people essentially will take a risk and take a chance with anything but a continuation of civilian rule as well. And the trappings and indications that have led to the coup in Burkina Faso are basically not the same factors that are on ground in the case of Guinea-Bissau. The Guinea-Bissau people are basically interested in changing this administration, not necessarily opting for a military coup. And they themselves have also come to the understanding that this coming in of the military guys, and of course with one of the arrowheads in the military coup being a personal person to the ousted president, it's clear indication that this whole stage was still staged and acted by the outgoing president or the ousted president. So for that reason, these military guys are going to have a tough time when it comes to acceptance. And of course, the military never really bother about acceptance, because they don't rule by civil rules, they rule by the barrel of the gun. So by barrel of the gun, they intend to compel obedience and force authority on people and force their ways on people, which will now smack off a lot of problems in Guinea-Bissau going forward, because there will be pockets of resistance here and there. And because the military does not have an organic support, it's going to be more or less like the home front support is working against them, so the international community can have their way pushing them out. If the military system, they will have to succumb to pressure at some point. They cannot really perpetuate it. It can't be perpetual. We cannot say that this military has come to stay forever or come to stay for a donkey period of time. It's going to be by reason of the events that plays out in the future. I'm just saying that as far as that future is concerned, their continuation is at peril, giving the... When you go after a man like that, you are going after the people. But in the case of Guinea-Bissau, how well would they be able to galvanize such organic support when the people now are now feeling very distant from them, and now also in concomitance with the idea that this whole thing has been staged? So one way or another, for there not to be bloodletting in Guinea-Bissau, this present regime will just going to have to just relinquish power and let peace reign.
All right, let me pause you. We quickly take another short pause now so that we get to the major headlines that we are following at this time. Just as our panelist has said here, that international organizations such as ECOWAS may not may have their way. All right, thank you one more time. The program on your television again, African Discourse, and we are looking at the coup in Guinea-Bissau, the intrigues as they have played out so far for some few days now. While world leaders are still doubting whether there was actually a coup in Guinea-Bissau, we understand that the military junta in Guinea-Bissau is facing lots of reactions and counter-reactions. And we'll be looking at some of these reactions, and we have also seen how international organizations such as the United Nations and even the African Union and the Economic Community of West African States has also reacted. Now, we understand that ECOWAS has suspended Guinea-Bissau from its decision-making bodies, just as the way that African Union has also done. The EU decided to suspend Guinea-Bissau from its bodies with immediate effect. And the chairman of AU, that's African Union now, Mohamed Yusuf, said few days ago. Now, Mr. Peter Okumbawa, now let us look at this suspension, because we saw this same suspension coming from the African bloc, ECOWAS suspending Burkina Faso, when they had their own, coup and all that. Now, they were not able to, go through. I mean, the military junta in Burkina Faso, as led by Mohamed Traore, he stood, and at the end of the day, he was able to take charge of the country. Now, don't you think that one thing that characterizes military junta is their very strong, strong disposition when they come into leadership? So, do you see the military junta in this Guinea-Bissau now, yielding, to all these suspensions and all that?
First, the international community must do what they will do. As was in the case of Mali and as was in the case of Burkina Faso, they issue out this plethora of suspensions and threats. That's the case may be. There might be even international sanctions coming their way, as it has come the way of Burkina Faso. But the question of the matter is that no government is as legitimate as a government that is backed by the people, whether it be military or civilian government. A military government can begin to assume the coloration of a civilian government when it has a widespread acceptance amongst its people. So basically, when you're coming after such a regime, you're coming after the people. So in the case of Guinea-Bissau, I've said before now that much is yet to be seen as to their level of acceptance, or organically if they came to power, or they are doing the bidding of the ousted president, as it were. Now, if they came to power organically, they will not be getting the reactions they are getting so far. They'll be getting widespread acceptance, given the fact that in Mali and in Burkina Faso, there's an acceptance of the military guys there because it's working for the people. They will by now be feeling the body language of the people on our side. But on this, as it were now, the international community, the local community, the people of the country are very much aware that this coming in is not for their rescue, it's for a continuation, as it were, through a handler or a proxy, as it were. So, in the case of Guinea-Bissau, I see these military guys surrendering the reins of power at any moment. Because when the sanctions and the pressures are coming in, and they are not getting the love and support of the people, it's going to get choking at some point. It's going to get choking to the extent that the guys who have decided to usurp power now may be reminded that this was never their cause in the first instance. It wasn't genuine for them. It wasn't their resolution, as it were. This is as good as doing the bidding of a grandmaster behind a closed door. And as every military goes, there's an extent to which a civilian can push a military. As it stands now, these guys might be doing the bidding of the ousted president, but how long will they keep up with doing his bidding? So in the time to come, they may turn to wear the uniform of an acceptable civil military government when they begin to deliver to the people the dividends of the democracy that they've not gotten from civilian rule. When that time comes and the people are now behind them, it now becomes a new challenge for the international community to act or remove this military government, as it were, as much as they've been unable to remove that of Mali and Guinea-Bissau, which is now giving rise and encouragement to the other African states or military leaders in other African states to toe that path. So there are a lot of countries in Africa, as of today, sir, that would jubilate when the military takes over. Because life for them is at its precipice. Life is not working for them. So any other alternative to the one they are familiar with that is not working for them will be embraced until it turns out to be something to be sorry about. But as it stands today, if the African state, the African Union, does not do something to shut the doors of the military guys from taking over power, either in this style or in their own machination, we might take Africa back to a continent where khaki is in office all over.
Now, when you say in this style, what exactly do you mean? I mean, what the AU can perhaps only do, and maybe ECOWAS can only do to kind of discourage military from coming into government in Africa, is to, like the suspension now from ECOWAS and AU and all that. Outside that, what can they do?
What is the economic strength of Guinea-Bissau? If they have enough to leverage, then the threat of the international organizations and those who are at the local level is to fall to nothing, just as the threat to Guinea-Bissau, just as the threat to Mali and Burkina Faso is basically falling to nothing, because the people are behind them. So in this case, when the people rise to the occasion, when they rise to the occasion to do the bidding of the people, to make life easy and comfortable for them, they will now want to be like their neighboring nations who are also under military rule and enjoying the benefits of democracy. So in the end, the international community cannot turn their guns against the people. Because I told you earlier, a government is as legitimate as the support it gets from the people, whether it be military or civilian.
All right, now what do you make of what seems to have played out? I mean, a very loose security arrangement prior to the election. I mean, we saw a situation whereby election was going on before the announcement of the election results, military junta coming up, taking over government, whereby we had international observers, such as the former president, Goodluck Jonathan, of Nigeria in Guinea-Bissau, only for him to have been whisked out. Now, what do you make of such a situation?
No security is watertight and airtight. Every security architecture and apparatus have their weak link. The weak link of a security architecture may be even in its perceived strongest point. So the military guys, if this was an organically orchestrated coup, don't forget they are also close to the seat of power. They have 7 chiefs. And if the 7 chiefs, any of them are interested in doing this, they know all the loopholes. In fact, they are in charge of the security apparatus of that country, only dictated to by the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. And in this case, it is the commander-in-chief that they want to remove from office. It will not be a problem at all. The security of any nation is in the hands of its army and largely in the hands of those who hold power at the civilian level, how they manage the army and how they manage the economy and the people. So the security condition of any African state can at any time give way. There is no strong security in Africa so long as we are using what they call a borrowed technology. We have not indigenously built any security apparatus or security engineering or security architecture.
Let us be careful with the way we say that. When we say that there's no security in Africa,
they are not organic to us. All the security apparatus you have in Africa were imported from the Western world. The last I checked, science has evolved to the extent that those who gave you the weapon can be watching you through the weapon they give to you. Those who gave you the weapon will not teach you the loopholes in the weapon, they will tell you the weakness in the weapon.
Yeah, but don't you also think that science has also evolved to the extent that the kind of security architecture that we have in the world today is probably what is in there today?
To what extent is this technology stage money built and organized by the African state themselves? To what extent are they secured from the prying eyes of those who made this technology and handed it over to them? That's why I use the language, it's a borrowed technology.
So what kind of security would you want to...
Every country of the world developed their own security in line with the security challenges they are facing. America developed a security that doesn't just respond to internal threats but to global threats and the threats from anywhere in the world. That's because they are police of the world, and they've put themselves at the point where they could be struck by enemy states at any given time. So when they were building in view of the challenges that they are now facing, the experience they've had, such as the 9/11 and the other ones they've had. So they built their security architecture in view of the experience they've had. The question of the matter is that in our case, the biggest unrest we've had in Nigeria is the military coup of January 15, 1966. And guess what happened in that coup? The international organizations came in to play roles indicating interest in the war. Nigerian army was supported by the Soviet Union, while the Biafra army was supported by the French society. So to what extent was that war actually a Nigerian war, a Nigerian civil war, when the international community who had interest had come in to perpetuate themselves and not to advance their interest in the process? So whatever help or technology that they were given, was it indigenous to them? At any time, at any rate, they decide to be wiser, to do things themselves. What makes you think those who handed them this technology, particularly the aerospace technology, would not do something about it? We have a Nigerian airspace. We have a Nigerian Defense Academy. What have we built for ourselves as far? I'm talking mostly, not even the hardware and the software when it comes to security. What do we have that is organic to us? So that's the same question in Guinea-Bissau. If the international community wants to usurp today, they'll have their way. They'll have their way.
All right, so we'll take another break now, and when we return, we're going to be commencing the descent on this program today. Now, when we return on that time, we're going to be looking at other nations of the world. Now, we said a while ago that they ousted Umaru Sissoco Embalo, was reported to have been in Senegal. But as we speak now, it is also coming out that he is in Congo's capital, Brazzaville, and he arrived there on Saturday, days after he was overthrown by the military, in Guinea-Bissau. Now, when we return, we're going to be looking at other nations that seems to, because the issue is still evolving now. The coup is still, it has happened in Guinea-Bissau, but there's no doubt that from the way things are going, the intrigues are still building. So it seems that other African nations, they may have colluded with Embalo to have, successfully staged that coup in Guinea-Bissau. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned. All right, thank you one more time as we commence our descent now. Quickly, Guinea-Bissau's ousted President Umaru Sissoco Embalo arrived in the Republic of Congo's capital, Brazzaville, on Saturday, days after he was overthrown by the military Congolese government. That's what sources have said. Now, the possibility of other African nations colluding with Umaru Embalo is what we are looking at. Now, we're talking about African leaders now. Ordinarily, one would have thought that since it is widely believed, because there are reasons to one who think that military junta was going to take over, that Sissoco Embalo was organizing a coup. Because it was very evident that he was not going to win the election. So the question that we ask is, why do you think other African nations may be colluding, may have colluded with the ousted Embalo, of Guinea-Bissau?
First, it will take an illegitimate government to support Embalo, knowing that Keto cannot call pot black. They have the same stock. And then again, if the African state or leader has a vested interest in Burkina Faso, in Guinea-Bissau, in which case mostly personal interest. If, for example, he's been doing personal business through the president, being in office, and of course access has been given to him to have his way with investments in that state. So he will naturally be sentimental towards the cause of Embalo, as it were. And then again, if another reason why they may be is if they feel, for example, that the out president has been unjustly removed from office by the military, in which case they should allow him fix his term, complete his term, and hand over power in peace to whoever won the election or whoever the election is in his favor. And all of this is to say that there are vested interests, personal interests, why such thinking might be up and why such action might be up. Other than that, over and above that, what is obvious is that the man is stage managed this process and he should not be aided and abetted in the process. So any person who does has a personal vested interest in Guinea-Bissau.
Okay. All right, so we'll end the show here today because the last is not heard now, it's not seen yet, about the coup in Guinea-Bissau. As we speak now, Seseko Embalo, that's the ousted president of Guinea-Bissau, is in Brazzaville. That's is in Brazzaville now, talking about the Congolese, capital and, seeking refuge there. All right, so we are going to continue the discussion because the issues are still building up. So we'll see how true the coup is in the next couple of days to come. All right, so until the same time, next week on the same program, African Discourse, my name is Evan Sunohuge. Good afternoon.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a field up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader. Sophie, no longer.
ITV, certainly the best. This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Senate confirms ex-CDS Musa as new defense minister. NEC approves 100 billion naira for rehabilitation of security agencies, training institutions nationwide. Teenage boy hacked to death by students in Benin City. Nigerian Navy flags off Operation Sea Protection in Warri, Delta State. Last month says one-way driving leads to death of federal firefighter at Abule Ado. A very good evening to you and welcome to the news, our esteemed viewers. This is ITV Network News from the Abuja Network Studio. My name is Godwin Dele, and from Benin I have Philip Omorigupon joining us.
Good evening, Godwin. Quite smart sharing the screen with you tonight.
Thank you very much, Philip. Good evening. And also from our Lagos studio we have Messilina Unko standing by. Good evening to you, Messilina.
Good evening, Godwin. Good to see you on the screen tonight.
Good to see you too. We move straight to the news. The Senate has confirmed the nomination of former Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, as Minister of Defense after 5-hour grilling by lawmakers on Wednesday. General Musa, the immediate past CDS, was confirmed by the lawmakers following the screening at the Senate chambers, a day after President Bola Tinubu nominated him for the position. His screening came at the time of heightened insecurity in Nigeria, with mass adoptions, especially in schools, becoming commonplace. One such incident was the kidnapping of 25 students in Maga, Kebbi State, with reports that troops left just before the assailants stormed the school.
We are all happy. We applaud Mr. President for your nomination. We have a lot of hope in you based on your track record. But a few questions are begging for answers. The Senate has just set up a committee to find out from the cry of the governor of Kebbi who gave the order for the soldiers who had prior information that kidnappers were coming to the school. Is it St. Mary's School or where?
So starting with the issues of General Uba, very unfortunate for a brigade commander to be captured and shown the way they did. Really unfortunate, and it's very painful. I want to assure Nigerians that we will not stand by and see terrorists have the capacity to do such. We're going to go after them fully, working together with all the security agencies and all the NDAs that I've said. We're going to investigate fully. So I know the Senate has established a committee to look into that. The armed forces also has a way, and then from the defense, we're going to make sure that we continue with the oversight over their activities.
General Musa said one of the first things he would do is to probe the alleged withdrawal of the troops, insisting that the military is not known for cowardice. And away from that, the National Economic Council, NEC, has approved the sum of 100 billion naira subject to a final ratification by President Bola Tinubu for rehabilitation of training institutions for police and other security agencies in Nigeria. As Status correspondent Karata reports, this was part of decision taken at its 154th meeting held virtually on Wednesday.
The 154th National Economic Council meeting was chaired by its chairman, Vice President Kashim Shettima, and attended by Governor of 36 states of the Federation and the FCT minister who joined online. NEC, after deliberation, approved the sum of 100 billion naira for the rehabilitation of training institutions for the police and other security agencies in the country. This followed recommendation by the ad hoc committee earlier constituted to assess the state of police and security agencies training institutions nationwide. NEC also approved the sum of 2.6 billion naira for consultancy services for the project. President Tinubu, at on the 152nd meeting of NEC in October, proposed an overhaul and revamping of training institutions for security agencies nationwide. The chairman of the ad hoc committee, Governor Peter Umba of Enugu State, in his presentation to council, underscored the urgency and significance of the condition of the training facilities, saying most of the training institutions are in their condition. Following the presentation by the governor, the chairman of NEC, Vice President Shettima, reaffirmed the commitment of government to address the situation. Shettima also charged governors of the states in the federation to ensure that economic reforms by the state's government translate into clear, measurable improvement in the lives of Nigerians.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our work today is a demonstration that governance is meaningful only when it improves the lives of the people. Our task is not to admire problems, but to solve them. It is not to explain challenges, but to overcome them. And it is not to hope for progress, but to engineer it with the tools available to us.
Noting that governance is meaningful only when citizens can feel its impact, the Vice President particularly urged all tiers of government to focus on execution rather than rhetorics. He also said the era of policy without result must give way to governance defined by tangible outcome in communities across the country. NEC also approved its committee prayer to, among other things, concur with President Bola Tinubu's approval for the payment of outstanding obligation to the tune of 185 billion naira to gas producers to ensure improved supply of gas for domestic consumption. From the Aso Rock Presidential Villa, Abuja, I'm Ikaro Atta, ITV News.
And away from that, the First Lady of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, says that as part of the Renewed Hope initiative aimed at empowering vulnerable Nigerians, the administration has provided 200,000 naira business grants to 250 persons living with disabilities across the 36 states and the FCT. Defense correspondent John Tenner reports that the beneficiaries include persons with disabilities in the armed forces and the police, in commemoration of the International Day of Persons with Disabilities.
Challenged persons in the armed forces and the Nigerian police were empowered with business-enhancing cash and starter kits through the Renewed Hope initiative in collaboration with DEPOA in easing the economic hardship faced by disabled personnel in commemoration of the International Day of Persons with Disabilities, celebrated every 3rd December annually. The First Lady of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, who launched the empowerment scheme for the disabled in the armed forces and police, says the Renewed Hope initiative under Tinubu's administration is committed to the welfare of persons living with disabilities.
Today, the Renewed Hope initiative is providing the sum of 200,000 naira business recapitalization grants to 250 persons with disability in each state and the Federal Capital Territory to support small business owners to recapitalize their existing businesses and strengthen their means of livelihood. Also, each state of the Federation, the FCT and Defense, and Police Officers' Wives Association have received 50 million naira to be distributed to the beneficiaries in their domain.
The DEPOA President, Menan Oluyede, lauded the First Lady for the initiative to empower the disabilities in the armed forces and the police.
Many continue to face barriers to education, healthcare, employment, and full social participation. In this regard, Your Excellency's unwavering compassion demonstrated across all 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory sends a powerful national message that every Nigerian, regardless of ability, deserves dignity, support, and opportunity.
The theme for the International Day of Persons with Disabilities for 2025 is fostering disability-inclusive societies for advancing social progress. From Abuja, John Taylor, ITV News.
And now for continuation of the news, we cross over to our network studio in Benin, where Philip is standing by. Over to you, Philip.
Thank you so much, Godwin. And our first story tonight from the Benin Network Center comes this, where a wave of fear swept through the Iyekogba area of Benin City on Tuesday following a disturbing incident of mob violence involving students of Iyekogba Secondary School. 16-year-old Osarabo Ewoba was allegedly beaten to death. The attack also left 17-year-old Osamudiame Kayode injured, while another boy reportedly remains unaccounted for. The incident prompted swift action from law enforcement agents, resulting in the arrest of several students on Wednesday. Crime correspondent Jolade Ojo reports.
The tragic incident, which occurred after school hours, is under investigation. However, unconfirmed reports suggest a dispute over a girlfriend may have triggered the assault. Family members of the victims reportedly led officers of the Iyekogba Police Division to the school, resulting in the arrest of several students suspected to have been involved. While accounts differ, the elder brother of the deceased, Lester Evoma, who spoke off camera, explained that Osarabo, who attended a nearby private school and was not enrolled at Iyekogba, was invited by his friend Osamudiame Kayode, who reportedly had a quarrel with some students the previous day, to accompany him to collect his NECO's slip. Shortly after receiving the slip and preparing to leave, the boys were suddenly ambushed by a group of students. Father of the surviving victim, Oriaki Kayode, also shared his son's harrowing account of the assault and the injuries he sustained.
The thing I know rich now is my son say one go collect the shot card for NECO for a bull. The next thing when they come back, they beat them where they beat them. I rush and go hospital.
The State Commissioner for Education, Padi Yamo, and State Commissioner of Police, Monday Agbonika, who visited the Iyekogba Police Division, secured the release of the apprehended students. They urged parents to pay closer attention to their wards to prevent such tragic incidents from recurring, and assured the public of the police command's commitment to apprehending the suspects involved and uncovering the truth.
The police is carrying out their investigation. That's why the children are here to give useful statements so that we can nip it in the bud to avoid a reoccurrence. So right now, I think the information they have given, the police will work on it while the children return back to their classroom.
We already suspect that these children are beginning to engage in gang activities. We cannot encourage that. We will not allow it to continue. That is why we want to fish out the particular students that are involved in this.
From Benin, Jola Diojo, ITV News.
The governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpewolo, has inaugurated and handed over 5 patrol vehicles to the Nigerian Correctional Services to aid speedy dispensation of justice across the state. The brief ceremony was witnessed by the Chief Judge of Edo State, Justice Daniel Okungbowa, Controller of Corrections in Edo State, Secretary to the State Government, Umar Musa Ikilo, Esquire, and other top government officials. Kingsley Uchegbu brings details.
Amen. Thank you, Excellency.
The donation of the vehicles followed an appeal by the State Correctional Services for logistics to fast-track prosecution of suspects to ensure speedy dispensation of justice. Governor Bolo said the vehicles are part of his administration's policy of ensuring speedy dispensation of justice, which has been challenged with poor logistics.
This center belongs to Edo people. And last time I met the Chief Judge and he told me about your request, which I think it is necessary. Because if you don't take prisoners to court, how would they get justice? It's not possible. So this is in reaction to his request.
Receiving the vehicles, Control of Corrections in Edo State, Sunday Akire, commended Governor Bolo for his investment in the speedy dispensation of justice in the state. Chief Judge of Edo State, Justice Daniel Okungbowa, described the gesture as a milestone in the administration of justice in the state, especially in transporting suspects.
When I visited the Chief Judge, I made a request to him, and when he was seeing you, he accordingly presented this matter to you.
A great day in the history of corrections and administration of justice in Edo State. For a very long time, the corrections have been complaining that they had difficulty in transporting suspects and defendants to court. And I recall that on my last jail delivery exercise, the controller made some requests which I forwarded to His Excellency. And in his magnanimous character, he has graciously answered us and he has provided these resources behind us.
Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
Edo State government says it will provide an enabling environment for all investment and multinationals in the state to thrive. The State Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, stated this during the appearance of 2 oil companies before the State Boundary Committee in Government House, Benin City. Deborah Gbafon has the rest of it.
It's an interface between the Edo State Boundary Committee and Pan Ocean Oil Corporation Nigeria Limited. A New Cross Exploration and Production Limited is for the committee, which held behind closed doors, to hear directly from the 2 companies in the area of corporate social responsibilities on their host communities. Briefing journalists on the outcome of the meeting, the State Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Idahosa, who is the chairman of the Edo State Boundary Committee, says the meeting is geared towards encouraging investors in line with the economic drive of the Monday Okpewolo-led administration.
For us in Edo, we are encouraging all the investors to come in and invest in Edo State. And the easy ways of doing business in line with the economic drive of Executive Governor of our state, Distinguished Senator Monday Okpewolo, is top-notch.
He explained that the state government is doing everything within its power to resolve all boundary issues between other states as a way of creating an enabling environment for businesses to thrive.
I want to encourage all Edo citizens that His Excellency is doing so much in the area of infrastructure to give accessible road to major companies and communities, and also is ensuring that there is security of life and property across the state.
Some committee members, who include the Commissioner for Justice and Attorney General of the state, Roland Otaru, SAN, Honorable Patrick Ikariali, and Patrick Obayagmo, said the state government is doing so much in the area of security and infrastructural development, such as roads, to attract investors.
It's doing a lot to ensure that investors come to Edo State.
Security of life and property of the people under the shared agenda is the top priority.
This committee shall continue to explore all democratic means to ensure that Edo State, under no circumstances, will hold the short end of the stick.
In Government House, Benin City, Deborah Ubefun, ITV News.
In a bid to combat security challenges within the maritime domain, the Flag Officer Commanding Central Naval Command, Rear Admiral Suleiman Ibrahim, has flagged off Operation Ebi Toro at the Nigerian Port Authority, Warri Delta State. The exercise aims at enhancing maritime security, strengthening inter-agency cooperation, and ensuring the safety of lives and property within Nigeria's waterways. Warri correspondent Benga Ahmed, who monitored the exercise, reports.
A round of applause. That was the flag-off ceremony of exercise Ebi Toro, which means sea protection in the Ijaw language, conducted by the Flag Officer Commanding Central Naval Command, Rear Admiral Suleiman Ibrahim. Rear Admiral Ibrahim said the exercise is designed to sharpen the Navy's operational readiness in collaboration with other security agencies, ensuring the protection of national infrastructure within the maritime domain.
Exercise Ebi Toro is designed to sharpen our operational readiness, improve our response capabilities, and enhance the synergy of all participating units and agencies. The exercise will involve a series of coordinated drills at sea and alongside and shore, including protection of critical national assets.
Earlier, the officer in charge of Naval Tactics of the Central Naval Command, Rear Admiral Kabir Tanemu, stated that the aim and objective of the exercise is to sustain maritime security at sea.
And its primary objective of the exercise is to sustain credible presence at sea in order to create a secure maritime environment for national prosperity in line with the CNS strategic directives.
Officers of the Central Naval Command later demonstrated their counter-operational capabilities to the audience in line with the directive of the Chief of Naval Staff to rid Nigerians' waterways of sea pirates, oil thieves, and other criminal activities. From Warri, Benga Ahmed, ITV News.
For the continuation of the network news, we now join Messalina of our Lagos Network Center. Over to you, Messalina.
Many thanks, Philip. From our Lagos Network Center, the urgent need to educate young people on the dangers of drug abuse had overemphasized by stakeholders and experts. The rising trend of substance abuse among young people, experts say, can be curbed by educating them before they fall into the habits. Igboji Queria has the details.
Students from various schools in Lagos were engaged in an awareness program on the dangers of drug abuse. Pharmacist Tony Okel-Saintolu, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Youth and Social Development, told the students that the number of young people abusing drugs in Nigeria is alarming. She urged them to firmly say no to drug abuse.
So what we are basically doing here is to tell you to say no. What will you say? No. What will you say? No. Not to what? Not to what? Yes to what? Yes to what? This is what we are saying.
Expressing gratitude to the Lagos State Ministry of Youth and Social Development and the lecturers for educating them, one of the students promised to take the message back to her school and encourage her peers to avoid drugs.
Young minds of my very age, and it has destroyed many bright futures.
The students were also taught how to refuse drugs and report anyone involved in substance abuse to their teachers. From Lagos, Igboji Queria, ITV News.
The Lagos State Traffic Management Authority last month has confirmed a traffic incident along the Trade Fair inward Abulado service lane, which led to the sudden death of a federal fire service officer at the Trade Fair complex. In a statement signed by Adebayo Taufik, Director of Public Affairs and Enlightenment, last month said preliminary investigations revealed that a commercial motorcyclist riding against the approved one-way traffic at excessive speed collided with the firefighter as he attempted to cross the expressway. In the assuring confusion, an approaching Shackman truck was with registration number JJJ 919YK, heavily laden with sand, was unable to brake in time, resulting in the fatal incident. The agency added that the personnel responsible for the traffic control at the trade fairs promptly responded to the scene, condoled off the incident corridor, and ensured the safety of all the road users.
Just joining us, this is the Network News on ITV. Now it's time for a break. When we return, more stories to come. Please stay.
ITV. ITV. ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you for staying on. The Governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, has inaugurated a block of 50 lock-up shops built by the chairman, Eastern Central Local Government, Honorable Calvin Iyere, at Irua Market. The reconstructed 50 lock-up shops followed the demolition of the previous dilapidated 22 lock-up shops to give the market a facelift. Kingsley Uchebu takes us there.
The new blocks of shops at Irua Market was inaugurated on behalf of Governor Okpebholo by the state APC chairman, Jarrett Denebe, accompanied by the party senatorial leader, General Cecil Esekaibo retired, Commissioner for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, Barrister Paul Ohumbamu, Deputy Chairman of Edo APC, Sylvester Aibobo, Commissioner for Fiscal Planning, Urban and Regional Development, Sir Lucky Esegbe, and the Argon chairman and chairman Esako East Local Government Area, Sonny Ebesin. They commended the Local Government Council chairman, Honorable Kevin Iyere, for his developmental strides, modeled after Senator Monday Okpebholo's Shine agenda.
We have a chairman who is also supporting him from what I have seen yet and the number of projects that he has done.
You will represent the people to work. Let us see the job that you are doing. And I saw this your map. There is virtually no place, no world that you have not gone to.
So many projects across the local government. Argon chairman, you have to communicate to across the local government chairman, all the 18 local government chairmen. They must take governance back to the people.
This is what dividends of democracy is all about. The governor said, just like the way he is working in Benin, he wants to see our council chairman also be working in various local government councils.
Chairman, Esan Central Local Government Area, Honorable Kevin Iyere, said the project marks a turning point in the commerce of the local government area.
In a bid to borrow a name from the local vision of making Edo State great, the urgent need to beautify the rural populace in terms of enhancing trade and commerce. I swiftly commence the process of the construction of this project and many others for the general well-being of our people.
Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
Church of God Mission International, Ugbogui Provincial Headquarters, has held its annual Harvest Thanksgiving service with the theme Thanksgiving of Bountiful Harvest. The celebration took place at the premises of the provincial headquarters, Ugbogui, with guests from across Edo State and beyond in attendance. Oluwafemi Farayola has details.
It was a joyous atmosphere at Church of God Mission International, Ugbogui Provincial Headquarters, as worshippers converged for this year's Harvest Thanksgiving. Members, including men, women, youth, children, and families, filed out in colorful Thanksgiving processions, dancing to the altar in appreciation for divine preservation and progress in their lives. In his sermon, the guest preacher, Reverend Abraham Ogbonwondo, said Thanksgiving should be a habit that must be cultivated by all Christians, stressing that such practice attracts favor and blessings from God.
That we are alive is something to be grateful to God. That you sleep and wake up is something to be grateful to God.
Families also presented diverse harvest items, reinforcing the theme of Bountiful Harvest. Special presentation was presented by PFN Chairman Ovia Southwest, Pastor Charles, to the province pastor, the provincial pastor, Reverend David Haruna, and some members comment.
It is really a good thing to give God thanks. The Thanksgiving is the greatest of all that we have ever had since the history of this church.
God has given us another grace to celebrate this year 2025 Thanksgiving. We have celebrated this year and it has been very, very wonderful.
I am very happy for this Thanksgiving. The grace and the roof you used to cover all our members.
There were special rendition of songs from children choir, adult choir, and good women. Oluwafemi Farayola, ITV News.
Congratulatory messages have started to pour in for the Vice Chancellor, University of Benin, Professor Edoba Moigi SAN, on the occasion of 1 year in office. William Siyama has details.
Public announcement. The Edo State House of Assembly ADA Committee constituted to invest.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academics, University of Benin, Professor Victor Oge Igbeneweka, the Osayo Anoba of Benin, in a congratulatory message, highlighted remarkable areas of progress recorded by the current administration in Unibe under the leadership of Professor Edoba Omoige SAN. The Osayo Anoba of Benin outlined landmark achievements to include protection of Unibe land from further encroachment into university land at Ute Community, Site B, safeguarding the institution's rightful boundaries, revitalization of the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, rebuilding of the abandoned Faculty of Veterinary Medicine complex, including hostels. Professor Igbeneweka expressed delight that the faculty has received full NUC accreditation and a modern veterinary teaching hospital has been established within the rebuilt faculty. He showered encomium with Vice Chancellor Professor Omoyegi for the transformation of exams and records unit to a full directorate, elevation of the postgraduate school to a college of postgraduate studies, resulting in significant growth in student enrollment and timely graduation. According to Professor Igbeneweka, the Oseiwanoba of Benin, Professor Omoyegi, after over 10 years without recruitment, secured federal government approval for new staff employment, beginning with the appointment of 500 new personnel, construction of major federal infrastructure developments within 1 year in office, which include the ongoing Senate building and introduction of electric keke vehicles to enhance intercampus transportation. Professor Igbeneweka said the accomplishments achieved within 1 year in office are worthy of celebration. From Benin, William Siama, ITV News.
You're watching ITV Network News. We take a short break. Do stay.
ITV. ITV, certainly the best.
The Benin Traditional Council has insisted that Ogbeson is a quarter in Igwoshodin Nebudin village in Ovia Northeast local government area, Edo State. This is contained in a letter signed by the Secretary of the Benin Traditional Council, Frank Irabo, in response to a request by the legal advisor to Igwoshodin Nebudin village, Sir Edward Abangbe of Abangbe Law Firm. Irabo stated that the decision on the status of Ogbeson as a quarter in Igwoshodin Nebudin was stated in a letter dated 4th November 2021, where the Odionwe of Igwoshodin Nebudin was mandated to oversee all the quarters in the village, including Ogbeson. It added that the decision was further reaffirmed by the palace on 4th November 2025, when both parties appeared before the chiefs in the palace. Elders and youths of Ikpe community have cautioned one Desmond Idele, popularly known as White, to desist from parading himself as the Okaigale of Ikpe community in Ikpe-Baoka local government area, Edo State. The call was made during an emergency meeting of the elders, who described as worrisome the alleged attempt by Desmond Idele to assume the position of a leader of the youths known as Okaigale. Patience Usaogiwa has the rest of it.
Troubled by what they described as constant threats to the lives and property in Ikpe community, allegedly by the self-acclaimed Okaigele Desmond Idele, also known as Sir White, the elders, including the acting Odionwe, Pa Moses Agbonfo, appealed to the Edo State Governor, Senator Monday Okpewolo, and the Benin monarch, Oba Ewa II, to urgently call him to order. According to them, it is disturbing that Desmond Idele continues to parade himself as Okaigele when the tenure of Alex Alele, popularly known as Akobe, duly acknowledged by the Oba of Benin during the reign of the late Odionwe, has not elapsed and the acting Odionwe has not been sworn in.
Kagele ni wagu madole woni kena moyo wegwa amaezo ni we noti arewona o na lele ya e bandre ya ne honte ye asete ya ne
ma se period ni abe kana na mugbuna de
egbe igwe ma be uzala no gbere ya oni an overthrow e
o mo no ba ta se bi do wodi wa ari awa o igba pe ya aduze odion wowe o ma igba pe ya na o mo na te Idele Desmond olowa avie ma ona ya hule edion hule igbebu owi oyo Okaigele Ikpe.
The elders, however, maintained unanimously that the leadership of Alex Alele has brought relative peace and development to the community and therefore remains the recognized Okaigele of Ikpe. All efforts to get the reactions of Desmond Idele were unsuccessful as several calls put across to him went unanswered. However, independent television and radio intends to get his reaction whenever he is ready to comment on the allegations leveled against him. From Ikpe community in Ikpe-Baoka local government area, Patience Osaogiwa, ITV News.
We turn to more stories after this short break.
ITV, certainly the best.
The African Democratic Congress in Edo State has taken a major step towards strengthening its political presence with the unveiling of the ADC coalition, a new alliance aimed at expanding participation ahead of future elections. The event held on Tuesday at the Baptist Church premises on TV Road in Benin City drew party leaders, coalition partners, and supporters, including new members who came to pitch tent with ADC. Donald M.A.N. takes us there.
Coalition unveiling in Edo State.
The unveiling of the ADC coalition in Edo State attracted political bigwigs, including former governors Chief John Odigye Oyegun, Professor Sareme Osumbo, former members of the National Assembly, who include Senator Egil Zame, Senator Yisa Bremer, Senator Roland Owie, and the chieftain of the ADC, Barrister Kenneth Imanswabo, among others. The ADC chieftains included the National Legal Advisor of the party and the former governor of Edo State, Senator Sareme Osumbo, who represented the National Chairman of ADC. Senator David Mark, in their separate remarks, described the coalition as a platform designed to deepen democratic engagement and open the party to wider collaboration.
You need to know how special you are as members of the ADC.
Everybody in Edo State, please align, queue up behind this coalition. You and I and those women in that new market are the structures of ADC.
We have always been at the vanguard of political renewal, cultural resistance, and national conscience.
The coalition is to rescue Nigeria, is to give hope to Nigerians, is to save Nigerians.
In a speech, State Chairman of African Democratic Congress, Kennedy Odion, while welcoming party members and supporters, declared open party registration in all the ADC secretariats in Edo State. He urged Edo people to feel free to go to any of the party secretariats at the local government and world levels to pick up their ADC cards or directly at the party state secretariat on MMW, Benin City.
We are no longer a bystander watching from the margin. We are builders.
Other members and participants also expressed optimism that the ADC coalition will create opportunities for youths, women, and community groups to actively shape the state's political future. The unveiling committee was thereafter dissolved for further integration into wider leadership structure within the party. From Benin, Donald Ehiminye, ITV News.
A social dance has been held in honor of late Mr. Alex Igbinosun Okoro, who passed away at the age of 80. The event brought together family members, friends, and associates who gathered to celebrate a man many described as peaceful, generous, and deeply committed to family values. Ofuri Anita has more.
It was an atmosphere of celebration and reflection as the children of late Mr. Alex Igbinosun Okoro, alongside guests from within and outside the state, converged on the Oba Kenzwa II International Training Camp, Ogba Airport Road, to honor a man remembered not just for the years he lived, but for the lives he touched. The children, who also took turns on the dance floor, shared fond memories of the late octogenarian and reflected on the values and legacy their father stood for.
To God be the glory. We are here at my late father's funeral. It's painful, but it's a celebration of life. It's an icon, and I'm grateful to be bettered by a man like this.
What we are doing here today is a life well spent. It's a very jovial man, very funny.
Mr. Okoro Alex Igbinosun was a very nice man, a fulfilled man, a gentleman, and a lovely father. We are here today to celebrate his demise. We will miss him so greatly, and it has been such a tough journey for all of us.
I miss him very well because the way he take me and his children then, everybody was thinking he's my father. So I really missed him.
Guests were treated to an array of meals, drinks, and live musical performances, creating a lively and memorable celebration of life. Late Mr. Alex Igbinosun Okoro is survived by his wife, children, and grandchildren. From Benin, Ofuri and Neto, ITV News.
We'll take another pause for some commercials.
ITV. ITV, certainly the best.
Now talking sports, where Samuel Chukwueze brace and Alex Iwobi strike was not enough as Fulham fell to a 5-4 defeat to Manchester City in a Premier League fixture at Craven Cottage on Tuesday. City raced to a 3-0 lead thanks to goals from Erling Haaland, Tijjani Reijnders and Phil Foden. Haaland's goal was his 100th in the Premier League, and it only took him 111 games to achieve the feat, and sets a new record which was previously held by Alan Shearer, who reached 100 goals in 124 games. And that wraps it on the Network News tonight. Thanks for sharing. I am Philip Omo-Gyupon. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV,
certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best. This is ITV,
certainly the best.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Sultan rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortal Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Immortal Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, chalk, known as Uri, represented a mixed cheer from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV. ITV, certainly the best. This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Bully, we're talking
That's
about.
what I said. So
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot you cannot breathe. And these women would stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
ITV, certainly the best.